exciting to see your faces in person. We're going to start with some announcements from, I think, Carmen, are you going to give us the announcements?
Yep, I'll give a couple, and Director Liu may want to chime in. So first off, we're not logging into Zoom for this meeting. You can log on to the CDOT website, your own computer, to pull up the commission packet and follow along that way. But HPTE, I think, had some trouble with individuals logging into Zoom, which we thought was going to be the best option. And at least for this month, it's probably not the best option. So we do have people on Zoom. You can see on the screen. You'll be able to see who's on and off there. But for the sake of being able to conduct a good meeting, if everybody's in Zoom, I think we're going to have some. Also, I think you all know that our current mask policy in the building here is if you're in common areas, we want you to put your mask on. If you're in a meeting like this one and everybody agrees you've been vaccinated and you're good, everybody can take off their mask. We do ask if you haven't been vaccinated, for your own sake, you should probably keep your mask. Lou, do you want to add anything to that? Lastly, we did invite senior staff and presenters to be here in person. You'll see some presenters coming and going because we want to keep the social distancing in the room as effective. We'll be coming and going a little bit. Also, for all commissioners, on the 5th floor in your conference room, you have several items that you need to sign. And they can't be signed in the morning because Jennifer has to take them to the store to have backing put on and stuff like that. So please go up to the 5th floor, sign a couple of items, whether you have a break or before dinner, but we need to do it before the end of the day. I'll try to remember to remind everybody at the end of the day, too, to run upstairs and it's great to have everybody back.
It's great. So just a few items from me, and that is, if you're speaking, put your mic on, please. If you're not speaking, turn your mic off. We found that there was some confusion at HPTE when there was some that. And then if you'd like to speak, since we're not on Zoom, if you'll just raise your hand, I'll keep a queue and then call on you when it's time. I will work very hard to make sure I look around the whole room, not just ahead, so that I don't miss anybody, and if I miss you, I apologize. With that, we're going to go into the first item, which is right-of-way condemnation. I'll turn that over to Steve Carlson, please.
Thanks, Chair. This workshop is to address condemnation authority in accordance with CRS 43-1-208. CDOT seeks condemnation authority for a single ownership on I-25 Express Lane Segment 6. Condemnation information has been provided to the Commission. Also been provided with a description of the portion of the highway to be established, opened, added to, or changed. Description of the property to be acquired for the project. Property address, the size of the larger parcel, the proposed size of the acquisition, purpose of the necessary parcels, and any other relevant information. There's also a map showing the present and proposed boundaries of the highway project and evaluation of the property as determined by an appraisal, including damages and benefits for the specific piece of property needed for the project. CDOT has determined that the condemnation of the properties is in the public interest as they are needed for the projects listed in your packets. Are there any questions or concerns from the Commission? This is an interesting, the project is up on I-25 near Johnson's Corner between Highway 60 and Highway 402. There on the screen is the map of where we're acquiring. Please. closer aerial photo, the property that we're acquiring today is not a real estate parcel, it is a sign. So it is we've acquired the underlying property underneath it. However, the sign is leased to a sign company who has then subleased it to another sign company. The interesting slide, please. So it is a billboard underneath that permanent easement and right-of-way right next to the interstate, next to the, or just north of Larimer County Road 16. Next slide, please. A picture of the sign that we're trying to acquire. Please, slide, please. So we, last September, we provided notice of interest. In December, we appraised the sign at $344,000, and in January made an offer of $340,000. We have there was no condemnation on the underlying properties. It's separate ownership. On the billboard side, we've not received a counter offer, but the billboard owner and their lessee disagree as to whether they should obtain an independent appraisal on how those funds should be allocated. The billboard owner has indicated that they will sign an agreement with CDOT as soon as we acquire the property from the underlying landowner. And then the sign owner plans to terminate their sublease agreement. All of the compensation for the sign owed to them. The sublessee believes that they should get some of that. So it is really a conflict between the sublessee and the of the board of the. So, there anyone or your?
If there's anyone in the public who wishes to speak to this, or if we've been contacted by anyone who wishes to speak to this condemnation. Jennifer, have we heard from anyone? Right, seeing none, thank you. Back to you.
Well, are there any questions from the commission?
That amount, the $344,000, is that for the land and the billboard, or?
No, it's just the billboard. The land is a separate deal that is not before us today. It has been negotiated independently of the two ownerships, really. The land is owned under one ownership. The billboard was permitted back, I believe, in the 60s by CDOT, so it is a separate ownership, and the sign is under a different ownership.
Curious how they came up with that kind of a value for sign. I don't acknowledge the leases on those aren't even, I don't know. Seems really high for a sign.
That's what the appraisal came in at, so not get a competing appraisal from the.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Do we have an opportunity to recover some of the 344 and a resale of the material, the signage, or any recovery opportunity?
No, the bulk of the 344 for the cash flow of the advertising revenue. I don't think there's any value that we would get.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Hickey?
Thank you, Chair. I am a bit interested in the appraisal. Are you as a matter of common?
I think the way it is evaluated, they look at the annual advertising revenue from that sign and then go out into the future, I believe 20 years or so, and value. It's like taking cash payments over a period of time and converting it into a present value.
Leave it entirely. To me, is so just encourage you to keep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Adam?
I would do, I think it's kind of an odd thing to me that we would look at something like, almost like in perpetuity, because I doubt if they had a 30-year kind of oddity that you would discount back or into the future.
Also, signs are very rare because they're heavily regulated, so they can only be constructed in. Many of them are grandfathered in previous. Lady Bird Johnson. They're a rarity, so there is a ready market for ad.
Mr. Zink?
You have to have cause to pull a permit.
Anyone else? Mr. Hall?
Do we own, you said it's two ownerships, do we own the property under it now? We do.
But it's in final negotiations.
So it's in two acquisitions there.
But it is not moving to condemnation. It is
It's being
final stages of
negotiated.
negotiation.
Okay.
Okay, last call for questions on this item. Thanks very much, Steve. We'll work on this.
Thank you.
So I will walk us through most of the material for this item, but Christy, Steve, and others may jump in at a few. And Jennifer, I presume, is. So, as the chair noted, in today's workshop, we're going to review what is an initial request for additional FTE, based in large part on the recent passage of Senate Bill resulting new funding, new programs, and new requirements associated with, and the stimulus in association with the stimulus funding. Let's go ahead to the next slide. So I want to start with a little bit of background because while we're talking about positions in the context of this recently bill, there is really much more to the conversation than just simply that bill. Looking back last decade or so in terms of the strategy that the department has employed with. So CDOT's construction program has grown significantly over the last decade. In nominal dollars, that program has increased. Sorry,
Because
you
I
are
read
you
this
are
and I thought, well, that's nothing.
the increase was driven initially by the RAMP program. That was where our approach to budgeting and we then had the response to the 2013 floods, and then a series of legislative infusions over the last several years that has largely put us on sort of a sustained elevated level of program over the past decade. During that time, we, however, have been reluctant to add any FTEs, given so much uncertainty regarding future funding and the prospect that we would kind of come off a cliff at the end and return down to a much lower level of funding. Next slide, please. Better? Could be better. So now with the, nope, apparently not. Apologize for the static. Oh. So now with the passage of Senate Bill 260, now have a certainty or a greater degree of certainty regarding what state transportation funding will look like over the next. We also know that we will have a continued elevated program size. So we are not going to continue at the peak that we are at right now, but we are certainly not going to return to that base that we were at 10 years or more ago. And to that point exactly, over the next several years, the remaining 267 funding, stimulus funding provided by Senate Bill 260, new fee revenue taken all together, that is anticipated to result in record levels of contractor payments that will extend probably through the next 3 to 4 years of over $1 billion annually. Next slide, please. So this slide just illustrates, again, that growth shows you that, again, that growth in the dating back over the last decade. And so again, recapping a little bit, even though we've had increased program size, we have not, both our staff size and salary expenditures have gone down a little bit, and at the same time, our personal and professional has increased. That is essentially how increasing our headcount. Another picture, this is looking at expenditures. It's a line, just kind of growth in the construction program and contract. Back, our salaries relatively flat, and you'll see the growth in personal that is really, again, that's kind of the backdrop. So the there is that I think we've had a much larger program over the last decade, levels that we not staffed up for, that we have largely met through. Now add to that, Senate Bill is not only, I think, giving us the certainty we asked before, but it is also giving us additional funding. And part of that comes in a pretty significant in upfront state and federal stimulus. Not all of that is construction, and that is debt service. The multimodal options program, about $170 million of it is upfront shovel-ready funds. In any event, there is 2 years of 267. This sort of surge of additional going to have a pretty significant time. That new fee revenue is also going to keep us from off that cliff that we were. It is estimated that the net new fee revenue for CDOT capital construction will be 150 to 200 after the first few years of will grow to about 250 to 300. When I say net new, that essentially means after stripping out some of the other things revenue has to pay for, some drop off we anticipate in our revenue, we're still looking at a net new increase in the program of pretty size over the next decade. Obviously, punchline here: the sustained additional funding will staffing resources, deliver new engineering and construction projects, newer expansion, meet new requirements. Here's just a little bit and link the broader state's recovery. So the governor's office has established an economic is the recipient of federal stimulus funds, but so are many of the others. The governor's office is directing state agencies for additional resources. It's a recovery office structure with briefly about how we're thinking we're going to office structure. But the short answer is, I don't think they're going to establish a siloed organization, a lot of dedicated resources. We'll wear the sort of the dual hat of chief recovery officer, and we will probably that will help us coordinate office reporting requirements. But by and large, the programs that 2.6 revenue and the stimulus funding will flow into already exist. Capacity within those relevant units of the department, but we will largely take a matrix approach to meeting those office requirements. Slide, please. So again, just a little bit more on this recovery office concept. There's a state chief economic recovery officer. I believe it is, now I'm getting to Dan. The recently named director, Pat Myers, thank you. Recently named director of OEdit, I believe, is wearing the hat of state chief. Our recovery office will interface economic recovery office. And as I noted, we're looking at minimal additional staff that the recovery office focus, and this is again following the office focuses on fiscal support, communications, a draft view of sort of what we were thinking of for a recovery office org structure, and most of these are matrixed resource, sort of a recovery, and just help us interface within DTD, DAF, RTO, DTR, other relevant parts of the organization, of course, to ensure we're coordinated and meeting our requirements on stimulus. Also note that in the case of CDOT, we have this interplay of stimulus funding with Senate Bill 260 revenue. So while the recovery concept is focused on the very well integrated into, say, the work and really trying to build done over the last few years to really increase. Slide, please. So, we are starting today with an initial FTE request. Initial because that is, we back next month for actually a more comprehensive needs, and I expect that this will be a conversation that will as we stand up some of this new. I also want to note that kind of as I alluded to before, we're kind of talking about new FTEs. We're really not only meeting the new demands associated with new programs, expanded programs, new requirements. In some cases, we're also looking at existing where we can strategically of funding there. We think there are some cases where we can find a more we're planning again to take a phased approach to staffing. You'll see just an initial request today. We want to have a more comprehensive look at this next month. And then again, there may be some subsequent discussion over the next year or so as new enterprises are stood up and as we on some of the new things we'll be doing on Senate Bill 260. This initial request is focused on a few key positions with meeting recovery office requirements, initial administrative and reporting infrastructure. And you'll also see some requests, which Christy will related to the recently passed Colorado Partnership Quality and Jobs and Services. So again, we'll be back in July for more, but that is my prelude. I'll kind of get into the specifics.
Start with some questions, if that's okay. Commissioner Hall?
I'm going to pull it close. I think we all need to remember to kind of pull these up close so we can hear each other. But so the reason there isn't any dollar amount attached is because there'll be more discussion. When we did FTEs last month, we had dollar amounts, but there weren't any that for further discussion. My interest right at the outset. Look at what our amount of revenue for CDOT is. I was just curious on how all these. Another question along with that, is that kind of an attempt to do more in-house hiring of engineers rather than the outsourcing that we've for? Is that?
Director Lulu, you look like you had a response.
Oh, I wondered what happened to you. I couldn't.
Oh, no, so Herman
I
asked
looked
me
down
to
there and your
move.
chair was empty, and I'm like, okay, he doesn't want to talk to me.
Sorry, I think Herman may have correctly assessed that we had some interference there that we don't appear to. And I can speak to the budget piece, but I think Director Lou has some comments first.
So it's an incredibly important question and one that will certainly be addressed in more detail in the next presentation. And, you know, I think the short answer on is this addressing the insourcing versus outsourcing question is yes. Yeah, I think there are certain costs that are associated with getting various packages of work done, whether it's done by a contract to an external party or by staff within CDOT. And, you know, we've, you know, in the kind of cadence of the ups and downs that Jeff described, a lot of that work has, you know, kind of by necessity moved out of house because we didn't have the horsepower to do it internally. I think with these funds providing a much more stable revenue source moving forward, one of the things that we are going to be looking at is all of the competencies that we need to get projects done and having sort of a model for how to bring some of that in-house. So it's going to be a bigger number than we would normally ask for, but what you'll see in the next discussion is kind of a cost and benefit of the trade-offs to try and get at least some order of magnitude for what it would cost to externalize those functions versus bringing them in. You know, the limited number of FTE that we're asking for this month are kind of the sort of operational oversight roles that we need to manage all of the changes right now. You know, the FTE associated with the labor relations bill are ones we've known we needed for some time, and I think every agency is probably having to staff up to be able to do that efficiently and effectively. So that, you know, that to us is kind of a something that's been lingering for some time, and a few of these positions related to recovery tracking are ones that we kind of need to get up and running in a way that will help us to build the package we bring over the coming months in particular, and, also cognizant there's a lot of reporting requirements that come with every aspect of this bill. We just want to make sure that we get the people who will be doing the compliance and oversight functions first, so that we, start off on the right foot, because it's much easier to do that right from the beginning than to try and correct midstream. But I think for the bigger number, the reason that we don't have that is because we want to present it with that sort of story of what it means in terms of outsourcing versus insourcing, and with a strong eye towards bringing at least some of the core competencies in-house. So there's always going to be some that we have to kind of surge up and down with, and have that balance between internal and external. But ending where I began, yes, part of the idea is to bring more of that work in-house.
And just to follow up, you are correct with respect to the this month we are requesting approval of positions, but we aren't there's no dollars attached to the request at this. The reason for that is a couple. One is that we are still assessing. I don't know that in each of the cases of the additional budget, as obviously I think in some cases we may have cost savings. So we are, as we're identifying the positions, we are analyzing the budget impact. More of that to you next month, and where there is additional budget needed. So hold up on being able to start working towards filling the positions, given the need to move.
So in other words, you really want to, I'm sorry. Just to go on further, sorry about that, to go on with further questions. So in other words, you really need to be able to start advertising for.
Yes, I would say that the positions in here are the ones where we really need to move forward on advertising ASAP to be able to get started with the implementation work that comes with the very large bill that just passed. I think most of these are sort of happening one way or another present. So in some ways it's, a reallocation of where the resources are coming from and going from. But it's not like we wouldn't be doing these things without the positions. It's just that we don't have the FTE to match the fact that we're already allocating dollars to the assumption that these functions get done. I think where it's going to come into play more precisely relates to the items where there's a choice between insourcing and outsourcing. I'll give you one example that we know is coming to kind of foreshadow the next discussion. The staff of the Bridge Enterprise program has been outsourced via a large contract for a very long time. We've thought for some time that was more appropriately brought in-house, and that we can probably save quite a bit of money by bringing it in-house, but we need the FTE to do it. And there are going to be those kinds of trade-offs in a number of different places. But that's one where, for example, we've been doing the analysis to show that if we request a certain number of FTE, and we're trying to make sure we go through it with a fine-tooth comb before we bring it to you, it will enable us to cease a contract that's been lingering for many, many years. With project by project, it's sometimes a matter of what the staffing model is. Like this may seem an odd example to raise, but the Central 70 project has a team that's devoted to the project itself, which has, notwithstanding that it's a very large project where many pieces of it are outsourced, there are functions that are sort of core to that project that are happening in-house because we have a dedicated project team. We're thinking about how you could kind of grow that model such that for large projects, there's a core team associated with the project that allows more of the kind of overhead work to happen in-house rather than via contract, which also gives us, in some instances, more ability to kind of control the management of those projects. So that's the kind of thing that will come in the next request. These are sort of the oversight positions that we just need to get up and running. And the work is budgeted for, but the FTEs are not.
Mr. Brackey?
Thank you. I appreciate you bringing this to us, and I think it is timely because, there is so much opportunity in front of us with the new funding and expectations around the funding and getting the funding up and moving and out the door and getting the projects. So I think it makes sense to look at the and the FTE. I appreciate you working on. I have shared before that I hear from different communities that it is taking and this is a really time to be figuring out how to community members. So I appreciate.
If the positions that are proposed, this next slide, please, Jennifer. Okay, so the request this month totals 14 positions. About 10 of those are related to Senate Bill 2, office and stimulus funding, and 4 of those are related to labor relations. So to briefly kind of go through the 10 first, we think we've got one position identified for a economic recovery manager, likely potentially be a limited position that those recovery office requirements, funding and spending. That would be supported by some additional data and reporting. Done a lot of work over the last couple of years in the accountability and transparency, rolling out dashboards, providing more granular information on our project spend. We're going to have to do a lot more of that, and we're going to have to do it in a lot more categories. And so we think we need some more capacity there. We've also identified about a position and a half in the, this would be positions that would both support, again, that economic recovery office concept, would provide additional communication support, and now permanent program, revitalizing main streets and multimodal, and would also allow us to bilingual capacity, improve community outreach efforts on projects. Commissioner, you just mentioned contracting. Contracting is an area of I would say this is an example where I would say we are likely to be back in subsequent months. Further requests related to contracting, starting with request for 3 that will largely, I think, be focused on increased volume there. And then we have a resource need identified on the budget side. A lot of new funding programs forecast. We need to set up budget goals, cost centers for attraction, and we're going to need some support the recovery office and then similarly on the accounting side, we are asking at this point for 2 additional positions. Economic Recovery Office, make sure we are meeting our requirements. That's the compliance piece there. Help managing additional transactions and setting up new enterprises. 2 new enterprises that will need to be created and managed with their own financial statements. So definitely an increased need in accounting. I would say probably on all 3 of these are areas where this is the initial request, and there may be some that come next month or in later. And I think this is the point where I'm going to hand it off to Christy for a minute, and she will take the relations position.
So Colorado Winds has been the Colorado Partnership eligible employees. All covered employees. So as far as who is a covered employee, all state class around large teams. So, scope has changed as far as where we are at. Our directors are involved. As far as the content will range from trade agreements. Or, larger agencies right
If you could advance one more slide, I think that is, we'll wrap up here and then take any more. Again, we are requesting this month approval. The approval action would come in the, that you'd be asked to approve tomorrow. And that approval, again, would authorize those 14 additional positions. As we discussed previously, we plan to return in July for a subsequent workshop to review what I'll characterize as a more comprehensive, really sort of focused on recovery office and sort of administrative infrastructure. And I think the bigger part of the discussion is really probably out in the regions and on the program delivery side. So we anticipate coming back next month to continue the conversation and to focus more broadly on needs throughout the organization.
Thank you, Madam. Resolution states
So I believe
that's
you,
about the difference.
no, actually, I think you were looking at an earlier resolution.
Okay.
There was, again, raising this discussion, and that is because we are still working on a lot of the details. And so there was, we were not certain initially what we were going to after the resolution does read 14.
Mr. Vasquez, then Commissioner Adams.
I had quietly asked, he is 3,300. So is the 60 that Commissioner Chico mentioned months?
So I think we are likely looking at more than that. Again, we're going to be phasing, but I think you're probably looking at more of an order of magnitude 150, which, again, using that as a point of reference, 300 positions, we're probably considering, something on the order of magnitude of.
And the increase in funding that we can see. Give us a.
Sure. So it's, difficult to give you a single dollar or percentage because the funding changes over at a substantial upfront infusion. Then on an annual basis, it's lower for a few years as the fee revenue builds up, and then it is gained going forward. To very, very generally approximate and just like, on average, across all programs, on average, I would say that we are probably looking at, in total revenue terms, probably something not unlike what we've seen the last couple of years with 260. What I mean by that is that our budget the last couple of years has been around $2 billion. About 500 million of that, so you can do the percent, was through temporary legislatively directed. On average, we are probably looking at that level of program being more of our normal program going. So what would that would be? That would be about a 25%.
I think one other aspect that may be helpful to talk through a bit here is how the relationship typically works with indirect costs on projects. Because on all of our projects, there is a budget that currently exists for what are called engineering and indirect costs, and those are separate categories. The CE costs are kind of the on-site monitoring work. Tends to be more external than internal, though there is a balance there. And then on the indirect costs, which is everything from the environmental review to the preliminary planning to some of the kind of work where there really is a decision point on each project about how much of that is going to be done by CDOT FTE versus contractors. And I think when we talk about insourcing and outsourcing, really what we're talking about is mostly the indirect project expenses that already exist as a portion of the budget on each project. So it's not, if you can identify that X% of those project expenses will be brought in-house by hiring more people, you're not actually looking at an increase in costs so much as shifting a portion of costs that gets allocated on every project from external support to internal. So I think what we're thinking for the next conversation, and I'm taking away today that this would be very useful, is to show with a bit more precision how those roles would take functions that get paid for out of the indirect cost budget and shift that from external to internal so that you can sort of see the cost benefit of where we do it. And there's always going to be some things where there's a niche expertise that we don't have because, for one project out of 20, we need a certain, kind of expertise, whether it's on, a construction area or, I'm thinking of the work we did on US 36 when we had to quickly, bring in a range of people who had expertise on how to deal with the kind of rotational failure that we were encountering in that instance, versus a kind of run-of-the-mill repaving project or even a simpler bridge project. And with each of those, there's going to be some push and pull on who does the work. But I think by showing you some of the accounting for how indirect costs work on projects and what that will mean at the levels in 260, it will help you to sort of see what that calculus looks like with the numbers of people who are talking about it and what they'd be doing, and that's helpful to us in terms of what the justifications should look like on those positions for the larger ask.
I just think I was hoping to flesh out that kind
Mr. Adams and Stanton.
Well, I'd just like to go on record as saying, I almost always favor these kind of decisions, Jeff and Christie, when we have, large organizations that have gotten more comfortable with favoring the notion of bringing on more full-time permanent employees as opposed to having to continue to resort to the use of outside contractors. That's basically what I hear you saying, is because of the lack of predictability in the past, we've resorted to more outside kind of resources. Now, it looks to me like most of these positions of the 14 we've discussed tend to be additive and new things, like the recovery kind of positions, labor relations. So I guess my question is, I'm assuming these were not things that were contracted out. These will be additive to the existing scope of what work we have to have done, at least for about maybe 8 of the 14. So for the others that may not be sort of new and additive, I'm assuming that these are things that we either were contracting out, as Director Liu was suggesting, in which case I certainly favor the notion of building the internal skills and getting off the sort of that contractor mentality that we see for a lot of large companies, that you get so little benefit from on an ongoing basis because the learning and the acquiring of skills doesn't happen when you're using outside contractors. So I'm assuming this is on balance, is a win-win. Sounds to me like a win-win for CDOT if we can pull this off, and we now have greater confidence about the future revenue streams. But we're not talking about people coming on board who may be expendable in the future because revenue streams disappear. Is that correct?
I think you're absolutely correct. I wanted to defer to Director Liu because I think she was trying to jump in, and then I'll follow up further.
I was just going to tag on to your point, Commissioner Adams, that I think part of what it, and I'm thinking out loud a bit about what comes in that packet that we take to you. I think one of the things we would need is to put sort of controls in the job descriptions and the operating. What we don't want is to hire the people and then still outsource. Sort of identifying what the expectation is if we bring capacity in-house about outsourced once we verified both in how we write the jobs and how we recruit. But I mean that's and maybe there's even reports that you all want on how it's performing, so that there's a feedback loop and accountability around it. But I think that's all doable if we structure it that way on the front end.
And there's no doubt the skill building that has to happen. So there's a ramp up period. It doesn't just, sometimes even if you recruit people who have the requisite skills, they may not have industry knowledge and certainly not the specific deal kind of knowledge that they need. So it may be that it doesn't just roll over immediately because, directionally it's the right direction to take, given what we're looking at in terms of the Colorado with the passage bill and some of the other.
Mr. Stanton and Commissioner Hickey.
Thank you. Director Liu answered my possibility for some efficiencies to be, we bring on up to 150. I think there's another opportunity, and that's for economic development. We sorely need more engineers, more. It didn't look like an opportunity to inject it.
Well, my commissioners have spoken more wisely than those thoughts. I've said before, I believe in bringing personnel in-house because measured in some that we appreciate our contractors much, appreciate those relationships, but they're also about working out contracts. So it's certainly valuable. I appreciate this history of CDOT being prudent with its years, number of years. As I'd be curious at some point if there are of amounts of on administrative items, and it's maybe not comparable.
And I think that would be really interesting data. I've not seen good data on that. I think I think you know, each DOT is a bit different, and I think work consistently in a way that makes it really easy to do apples to apples. But I will say that we are doing a lot more today than maybe in the past to really try to understand kind of our costs and how things are trending, and costs are going up relative to others. We've had a lot of focus in the last 2 years or so on trying to drive down some of those costs that people might call overhead. In fact, we've been developing new performance metrics around those concepts. So I think that's something we can definitely spend time on in commission discussions. And I think that's definitely something we'll be sensitive to as we look to identify additional FTEs. We want to make sure that while we're increasing some of those costs, that in relative terms, we're continuing to trend in the right direction.
I think to that point that Jeff just raised, and per Commissioner Hickey's question, there unfortunately is not as good data and comps with other DOTs in a range of areas as one would like. You know, I think it's a shortcoming in the field as a whole that the data collection is not as standardized as it should be, given the like functions performed across the country. But the reality is that more often than not, the comp data, you know, for not just us but for everyone, is a better across the map than it should be. You know, where I think Jeff is pointing us is a good place to look in terms of where we're seeing costs that we can cut. And candidly, we've probably cut some of those overhead costs to a degree that's a little bit unsustainable, in part to sort of figure out where we can trim back so we can build back up a bit more strategically. You know, to give an example, the 267 year 3 list that you all have reviewed included a number of pre-construction projects that were very closely mirroring what we expect to build next year. I think prior there had not been as direct a correlation as there probably should be as to when we do pre-construction versus when we expect the project to sort of come off the shelf. So we had to sort of strip back some of the expenses that weren't going towards as much impact as we hoped in order to be able to spend those in a way that is more targeted towards what we ultimately deliver. And that relates also to the question of what we do in-house versus externally. You know, I think just to give, you know, to make some of this a bit more tangible, you know, one of the places where I think past expenditures were not as tight as they could have been was on kind of planning and environmental reviews. And these nationwide cost a lot of money, often for projects that don't happen anytime in the proximate future. So there's actually ways where if we build up some of the aspects of those expenses towards things that are a little more useful, but cut back on the parts that aren't, you end up spending probably net less, you know, at minimum net neutral on reviews that actually advance the goals more than just sort of doing these multi-million-dollar studies that then sit on the shelf for, you know, or result in a process like we saw in Central 70, where, you know, it didn't actually deal with the community's concerns, such that after the process was over, there was another process wherein the community's concerns were addressed in the way that ultimately ended up getting built into the projects. But we paid a lot of money in, you know, legal costs and other things to get to that resolution instead of it actually happening as part of the NEPA process. So I think there's a world where we buck up some of the capacities to be able to spend a little bit more at the front end and avoid some of the inefficiencies that come with things being drawn out because they weren't done tightly from the outset.
Mr. Hall?
It would, as we go into this, and we're obviously going to have more next month, to me, it'd be really helpful to have a way to have an analysis of what is going to be revenue that actually will maintain our system, infrastructure. what is the new revenue that's coming in, and then a lot of these new FTEs don't actually relate to on the roads or how we're maintaining our transportation. So I just would really somehow through the next few months, and I know it's really hard because I don't expect miracles out of you at all, but we really do need some kind of an analysis of additional 150 FTEs versus the amount of income that is going to, amount of revenue that's actually going to come to maintain the system that we already have. And so an analysis to compare and to give us some kind of idea really would be beneficial when we talk about transparency. I think we as commissioners need to have that transparency so that we can explain it to people. Because when you talk about adding an additional 150 FTEs on top of the ones we've already done, I mean, that's pretty mind-boggling. And so that would be really helpful, I think, for us, and so that we have a clear story on what we're doing. And
I would just clarify that we didn't ask for 150. I think we're just, no.
it doesn't sound, we haven't yet, darling. 14 today, but it sounds like there's more in the future, so.
No, there are more in the future, but part of the reason that number is not in this packet is because it's not done because the justifications need to be tighter than.
Right. I jumped to the next level, and I apologize for that.
Yeah.
But what I'm just saying, as we work through this, we need that transparency so that we are able to explain that to the public is always interested in those things. That's all. We just need the transparency so we can be properly informed and can properly.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation for staffing needs?
That concludes our presentation. We will be back for approval tomorrow on the 14 position. Appreciate the discussion. I think you all provided some good feedback that'll help us frame up.
Thank you. It looks like you have the next one as well, which is budget workshop.
I do. Today's budget workshop will be relatively brief, in large part because much of the content is already covered, or will be covered in separate workshops. Bear with me just a second. So the budget amendment this month includes 3 items, and I believe 2 of those are items that require commission approval. One is an item that is provided for you. All right. So Jennifer has the memo in front of you. Again, we just discussed the CDOT resource needs. So included in the resolution of approval for the budget amendment are the 14 additional positions that we just. Last month, there was a workshop on some position needs within the HPTE. We discussed 4 positions in HPTE to support the expanding Express Lanes network. We're formalizing that this month. That will also appear in your resolution of the 4 positions within HPTE. Jennifer, do you mind sliding ahead just a little bit? The third item included in the budget amendment this month relates to Burnham Yard. As I think you all know, the HPTE, on behalf of CDOT, last month to help finance the Burnham Yard acquisition. Per the IAA between CDOT and HPTE, CDOT is responsible for those financing costs. Those costs totaled around $360,000. So we are requesting in the budget amendment that you approve essentially the allocation of $360,000 from the program reserve to HPTE to cover the cost of issuance on the Burnham Yard financial transaction. The final item is actually it provided just for information. It doesn't require commission approval, but I did want to point out that we are in this month's amendment recognizing the final amount in the budget for the third year When we develop the budget each year, that we have 267, we develop the budget in base par amount. That would be 500,000. And then after we actually issue and have a final amount, which in favorable market conditions like we have, includes substantial premium, then we amend the budget to include premium. The transaction on 267 year 3 closed the first week of June, and total amounts were about 620. We'll be amending the budget to reflect approximately 120 million in additional proceeds. I also want to note on that that is not 121 million in additional programming. There will be some additional programming, but when we brought the year 3 project list to you in April, May, we did estimate some premium. We were pretty conservative. We'd rather be able to come back and add projects than cut projects. So we programmed about 555 million, I believe. And so as a result of the successful close on the third tranche, another 65 million of additional premium that we'll be able to put to highway and transit projects and up next month. So those are the items in the budget amendment. Answer any questions.
Questions?
Understand
I think in the past cases, so this is the third tranche of 260. I don't believe that in the prior 2 cases we allocated those funds, those premium amounts to program. I believe we did what we're doing here, which is we allocated to essentially what is, from a budget perspective, your strategic projects program. So there is a strategic projects program in the budget, and there's a strategic projects transit program in the budget. And so the total amount of 267 proceeds, we allocate 90% to the strategic projects to the strategic project. So the commission then has subsequent decisions to make how to program those dollars. That I think is the discussion next month. And in general, from a budget perspective, those dollars have usually stayed in the strategic strategic projects, but the subsequent decision would when we projects or we're an instance where we probably what you're referring to is federal redistribution, which is August, September timeframe.
Yeah,
that we usually do put into program reserve prior to discussion with.
All these questions are always looking to see
I have one more item, but I think it'll be, so the other item briefly, I just wanted to touch on tomorrow. Probably the main event, and I'm not that because the other items in the supplement, we are showing an anticipated all funding changes related to, in this case, just Region 3 is allocating some project savings from year 2 to some current year.
Amount that's from the settlement on the US 36 project. Could you just speak to that a moment? Tell us what the difference is between what the cost was to us out of the program reserve and
This effectively is cost that the commission out a couple of years ago for I believe the amount that the commission allocated from program have actually, all might know, but we may have actually returned a small amount of that, but it was the inflow would be about 14 million.
Yes, the total expenditure on that was about 18 million, and that includes the CE and indirects. And in our negotiation of the settlement, we ate the indirects because it.
anything for the last period of time?
I believe that's coming out of the settlement.
Thank you for that, because I was wondering what the difference was, so I'm glad you clarified that. I saw that, I didn't know,
We didn't know how much we would get back, if anything,
we didn't,
when we
so.
allocated. So that's good news, I think. Is that all you have, Jeff?
All I have, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item is greenhouse gas rulemaking update, and that's Rebecca and Teresa.
You gotta get used to the microphone again. So did you want to help teach?
Oh, boy. Sure thing. So let me start by explaining it while we pull up the document, by explaining a little bit about what the document is, why you got it so late in the day prior to commission, and how this sort of relates to the process that we've been talking about for some months, which is really about to pick up in earnest. I think virtually all of you have been involved in some of the discussions that we've had to date about, what we're thinking in terms of a kind of policy that would allow for, for sort of mitigation and considering sort of sustainability of the transportation system and project planning. You'll note one thing here, that we've rebranded it a bit. And what we're talking about is trying to think of ways to explain this that will speak to people who are not us in terms of explaining what we're actually trying to do here. So, the kind of working title of pollution reduction planning for transportation is trying to kind of translate into English the goal of this policy for those who are not as deep into the weeds about how non-attainment processes work and the sort of terms of art as we are. So you'll notice that one thing throughout this document is it's trying to use a little bit more plain language to explain the term in the interest of transparency and bringing more people into the conversation. So what this paper is trying to sort of explain the theory of the case for doing a regulation that will establish such a policy, how we'll go about doing it, and what sort of the key decision points are. What it is not is the regulation itself, and it doesn't have all the answers nor pretend to. And we've intentionally left some of the kind of key details out of this paper. So, just to give you one real hitch over the head example, it does not have the number for what the standards would be in this memo. And we did that on purpose because we didn't want the first conversation about the construction of the policy to immediately sort of dive in on what is the, biggest or smallest number that we could do, depending on one's perspective. We really wanted to have a conversation about the theory of the case and the structure of the policy before we get into the kind of invariably a little bit polarized discussions that sometimes happen over what the net number is. So something else that's not in here, this is focused on the role of CDOT and the Transportation Commission. It's not a discussion of what the Air Quality and Control Commission's role in this suite of policies would be, and that's because, the discussion is about us for context in this venue. And, we've really tried to spell out, responsive in large part to what we've heard from many of you about wanting the commission to play an active leadership role in this. We've spelled out what that would look like and what that could look like as something that would really be driven by this body to take on the mandate that is enhanced in Senate Bill 260 for the Transportation Commission to implement policies and procedures sort of pursuant to House Bill 1261 and the climate goals that it entails. So we've structured this so that it tries to sort of start from the beginning and encapsulate this policy within a narrative of the other things that not just CDOT but the administration writ large are doing in this area, to reinforce that the policy can't and shouldn't exist in a vacuum, and that neither is it the first thing happening in the transportation sector, nor is it going to be the last. And something that we've found to be causing a bit of confusion in these conversations is the sort of implicit assumption that this policy is it for the transportation sector. It's not. This is taking one suite of tools in a very broad toolbox and seeing how we can make a policy that works pertinent to transportation planning organizations. But that's by no means the sort of holistic view of everything that needs to happen to reach our carbon pollution reduction goals in the transportation sector. So explaining it in context, both shows what this is and what this isn't. And, we really want to reinforce for everyone here and everyone who's tuning into the conversation that this, this is one piece of a puzzle that we're continuing to build, and it's a piece that is more directly pertinent to the authorities of this commission than others. So we're doing a deep dive with the Transportation Commission, but, this is really a broad interagency effort with a lot of different pieces that will have to come together. I think what we've also tried to spell out are a little bit of how this would actually work. So talking about the kind of practicalities of what it would mean to establish target levels and what kinds of policies would be measured, both for CDOT and for local organizations via the MPOs. And, again, to give a framework that will then be filled out once we get feedback on this framework. We're calling this document a draft because it's a living document. We're sharing it with you, and we're sharing it with many of the other stakeholders who have been part of this conversation, hoping that we can use this paper as a way to hash out some questions as we get to drafting the regulation. And, to the question of why did this take so long to get to you, it's because once we put pen to paper and sort of worked with our peer agencies on developing it, we were able to hone in on a lot of the questions in the course of drafting this document. And we were editing it until, I think, 7 o'clock this morning. So, but that's one of the benefits of putting together a document like this. So we're trying to use this to sort of tease out what the big questions are, get people's feedback. We think it's turned into a paper that's useful, so we'd really like to, do a version that follows up on this draft as more of a final document. And I imagine a lot of the verbiage in here will end up in the regulation, just because this becomes the space where we sort of work through the issues. Rebecca, what did I miss?
That was a great overview. I did want to acknowledge the time that Commissioner has given. Your time. That was a great review of it. You all are getting kind of very much open to getting in laying that. And part of what makes this
we perhaps walk through the paper
Sure.
a bit, just to kind of talk through the structure of it and how we got there.
Yep.
And
Want me to drive?
yes, in full candor, one of the reasons we don't have a PowerPoint presentation is because once we finished the paper, the presentation we had was outdated.
All right, so the way this is structured is we did want to add an executive summary this and recognizing it's always good to have at and then you'll see that it starts, we did add a table of contents. The executive summary and the overview in the sort of framework and how difficult reason for that, because you'll also see some references to some key documents. One of 9 strategies, roadmap for transportation. So it's a key piece. It is not the only piece, and we sort of kind of, page. So the middle of this paper, really, I think, a nice department that the commission, everything from bringing on Kelly and Teresa Tech, who that can help vehicles and work we've done in electric at our own fleet, sending transportation. Really, the middle of the paper, really, it's helpful, but even for staff to kind of see. There's also a section in here, I saw Eric and really foundation. Goal will be to rely the emissions and know how people behave when we change our roads. We have one of the best tools. A little bit about that, part within that work. Then there's a section here. Work we put into building the trans. Of what we have done over the last couple of years. Bottom of page 9, then. That we intend to the current goals that you all are well familiar with that. That's why we do all the outreach. So there's that also makes it a very good place to add in these additional. That piece is there, including some of the things we're still chewing on. We work with the MP. How does this relate to the fact that you have this emit in terms of their driving is based on the decision. Also talk a little bit about the fact, obviously, as our fleet, MT kind of doesn't matter as much, and maybe other reasons we want to address. But we're driving a zero emission car, it becomes that. Jennifer has up now just speak to try to And then really the number one question. And finally, a conclusion. So, it's worth a read. I don't know if you wanted to.
Both very much for that intro background. We'll need some time to kind of deep in this memo represents hours and hours of time of CDOT staff. A lot of original.
Quick question, thank you, by the way, this is. A quick question, the role that CDOT's going to have, any major initiatives, kind of counting on moving forward. Impact here is kind of evenly spread all across throughout the state, because there's 5 million people, roads we're involved with. What are the other municipalities or other partners? How far along are they in their? I assume we're going to have to play a leadership role here, but who are the other partners? How is their thinking about this with ours? And then maybe related is how do we intend to market, share, and socialize this?
Great question. There's a lot in that question. I think first structurally, one of the important aspects of the memo that you have in front of you is how it contemplates the role of the commission versus that. And in part, this was Rebecca and myself and others trying to channel what we'd heard from all of you in some of the previous conversations. It frames the interface between the commission and that in a way where it sort of has it has more of an enforcement role from the commission relative to CDOT than I think would be the case on some other issues, though not others, right? I mean, it really tries to use the commission and CDOT being separate entities to create a check and balance, within the transportation space. And again, this doesn't address questions about the Air Quality Control Commission, which will be kind of deliberated upon separately, amongst them and presumably ultimately with some conversation between you. So I think similarly it structures EC as using that approval role not just with CDOT but with the subrecipients whose dollars flow through CDOT. So, the funding that we suballocate to metropolitan organizations, which ultimately goes to the local governments, is one of the levers that you have to push outcomes. Sometimes we've used it that way more than others, and interestingly, there's precedent in Senate Bill 260 in that the pass-through of the multimodal and mitigation, we changed the name, options funds dollars after year one are tied to addressing these requirements, sort of anticipating that these would be put in place. It basically says that that the revision of plans has to happen so that we at least know what we're measuring against, and if an entity, be it us or an MPO, is not in compliance, they have to use those MMOF funds to progress getting into compliance. So that kind of lays a framework for how the flexibility or lack of flexibility with certain funds that pass through you to us and our subrecipients, can be tied to the achievement of outcomes. And we sort of envision the TC playing that role both to CDOT directly, and to the recipient community. That's something that's going to probably have to be refined through a lot of conversation with a lot of people over the next few months, but we're positing that in that memo to kind of get a conversation started about what that would look like. That's a little bit more on the sticks end of things. In terms of the kind of coalition building, our hope is that getting something onto paper that's as specific as this memo is gives us something to beat up and work from, right? And the more specific we get in terms of what we're putting out there, the more specifically we can have conversations. So the idea was that we would create this memo for you, kind of following conversations we've had, but that it would then become a piece that we workshop with a lot of different entities and, ultimately finalize based on those conversations because it's a conversation starter. So I think part of the goal of having this memo was to be able to talk about it with all of the different stakeholders. In terms of where people are on this, I think it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all answer. Becca and Teresa and the team have been working tirelessly and relentlessly to do these sort of regional workshops, in part because we heard that folks felt like some of the prior stakeholding around the roadmap itself hadn't gotten as deep into the parts of the non-Front Range areas as folks would have liked, and we really wanted to make sure that happened with this dialogue. And, we've heard a lot of different feedback. Not everybody is on the same page. I think there's folks who are on the same page conceptually who, once we put out specifically what it will look like in practice, we'll have reactions to some of it. I'm fully expecting the full range of reactions to this paper, but I think the idea that we're doing it has been pretty well socialized at this point, and I think has actually been more universally well received than I would have expected at the outset. Again, the rub will be in what the numbers are and how it plays out in practice, but I think the concept of it is a lot more comfortable to people than it was 6 to 12 months ago. Would you agree?
I agree, and I'm glad we have the last
Well, I'd like to thank Commissioner Henke for her role in this, but I also want to say I appreciate the skill and the effort to try and craft something not so prescriptive on the front. It doesn't have all of the details as though we've already answered all of everyone's questions about it, and allows for the involvement and the flexibility that what's right for the metros may not be right for the rurals, and certainly what's right for, the everyday driver may not be right for the power users and the. I'm assuming that all of that is to be, quote, determined down the road as we ultimately.
Yes, and I think that what's important about this policy is both what it is and what it isn't, right? What the idea for what this paper will result in is a policy that falls to CDOT and recipients of transportation who execute transportation planning. Not the same as the employee trip reduction rules that pertains to businesses. It's not the same our sector or many others all out of our jurisdiction. We are just focusing here on the aspects that tie most closely to the work that we do. And, the output of this is supposed to relate to the transportation planning process and what goes into and comes out of transportation, CDOT and metropolitan planning organizations.
Commissioner Stanton, then Vasquez, then Beatty.
I really appreciate the work everybody went into this paper. It's magnificent amount of work. A couple things. On page 3, you talk about the Colorado Way. You need to explain what that is. I'll explain what I think it is. California, it's not New York. Colorado. And also in that is the respect for the individual. Aids this state at all levels. You can call it whatever you want. Driver behavior. I'm really glad people can decide what they want to do. It's really the essence, because of substitute. How am I going to get out of my way? I heard. So not whole idea here is how do you, second thing is to Commissioner T-Bolt's original, will we have representation where it counts, CPHE and AQC?
Committee. But that we were able about, sleep, but the whole idea was that now things are progressing. Here's that our role as the to establish rules. I was concerned about our rules. And, I'm sure. So I am hearing, however, is that's going on in all these moving. There's a good chance not engage to our commission rulemaking as we can all agencies that I'm comfortable. Fashion. Climate change and pollution. Something that we may not address this. I was concerned that things were going to start really ripening here in party to the I had anticipated. Long and the short of it is that everyone is trying desperately to see their role under law carried out in a cooperative fashion. We all know where we stand. I've been hearing, and
Thank you, Commissioner Tebow and Commissioner Stanton, and thank you for your work on that. And looking forward to the next agenda item to hear just the rest of the story. But really, thank you, because I think you spoke for all of us wondering what's our role in this, what's our responsibility, what are we going to do with this? So thank you. I have a stacking order of Commissioner Vasquez and the
Thanks. And as is appropriate, it's a very complex. But I just want to zoom back out a little bit and kudos to forward here. You look at the greenhouse gas reduction roadmap in its entirety, transportation is the all mobile. It depends on the ripening as we so it is very complicated. Excuse me, and the point I want to make is all the other segments that are addressed in the greenhouse for the most part are stationary sources, much more easily addressed with new rules and laws. For example, the power generation move forward dramatically toward renewables, which will support transportation being greener and develop more penetration. I do want to make a comment, however, about the constant that transportation, first, if you will, sector in terms of its climate change. If you read the details of the greenhouse, they are using global warming potential. The global warming potential of 20 years. Difference is almost 3. And if you refashion the numbers in the greenhouse gas, that oil and gas is almost 3. So it's a constant comment I've been making to sessions. I'm not the only one. Arguments about why using to many of us, and if you actually use the 20, since they are for the most GCC and CDPHE framing that we hear all the time, and from CDPHE itself is address it aggressively. We should, because it's need to be addressed to get it. And
I have a question for you. Do you mean that oil and gas is the in Colorado or more general?
In Colorado and many other oil and gas producers speak to the national numbers, or immersed in Western states. Just keep that in mind as we move forward. And then this relationship with other agencies, we're not the only one. GCC and so as we move forward with this, I think, and I just want to and her team navigate this
Commissioner Beatty and then Commissioner Brackett.
We're all just getting this today, so on page 5, seem to always highlight the tourism and scenic byways. Marginally mentioned, I think our rural interstate connections are ones that we evaluate on the type of demand that may be there. Large volume of coming through on I-70. Can't imagine having enough charging stations for people. The other piece is, where's that power going to come from? Higher level of protection if a line goes down. Your energy office or others done an evaluation of how many charging stations do we need to have, especially on rural highways, to meet the current demand of that traffic that already see them run out of gas and ahead when the gas station every you hit a windy day, mileages drop on. How do we do that? Chargers, you can't. Needs to be thinking about. It's not a off that alignment 70. They're just things I think as we move forward. Those are going to be your large volume national basis. Have some of those answers now so we can try to about it. My brother car, I want to be able to get at least 100 miles because I want to be able to get home. Human behavior and technologies develop. A lot of this is really back and forth. Is tourism and all those language, make sure we're highlighting the daily use. Daily behavior. Highlight and encourage that, then the rural areas, I think, power grid is there. Charging ability. Another point. Vehicles. Really look at efficiencies. Quality requirements. Do those added weight and things that hands reducing capacity. trying to figure out a way to balance ability, but also trying to get, we can have more people and more, where all that needs to go with. Things I think we need to have. Work through to make the system most.
Okay.
Okay, has
Right, the light went green, so I'm gonna say that. So yeah, you bring up a lot of important points. I think the national average for daily commuting distance is well within the range of every. There are programs through the energy. In terms of the gap analysis for how much charging versus I do have a draft. Working on it, and to stay a step ahead of you. Very much so.
Thank you for addressing that, Ken. I think he has good points as well, so thank you. Commissioner Brackey, you're next.
Get used to all this again, too. So, I'm going to say, thank you for the tremendous, amazing, all of the work that's come before. Well, and it'll be nice to have a as you mentioned, so it's kind of, how are I also think it's great that you're trying to
reminder, if you could lean in,
Oh,
lean in a little bit, we can't hear you.
how our piece for the Transportation Commission fits broader.
The lead in here, and Rebecca probably had that in her PowerPoint, displaced by the last minute changes to the document.
Direction there?
Yes, and I know y'all need time to. No.
Thanks, we really appreciate it. I think everybody adequately, what probably most of us think. Anything else to come from you on,
No, there's not.
any final questions before we move on?
So far ahead of schedule. Can we take a break?
Absolutely. I was just gonna say, you know, my watch keeps telling me to move. It says, stand up, please move. So, let's do that. Let's take 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, hate to be the voice of reason. If we want to get out of here tonight, we probably ought to reconvene. So if you'll take your seats, we're going to go to the next agenda item, which is the Transportation Commission party status for Air Quality Control Commission greenhouse gas rulemaking. And we discussed this a little bit, and I'm going to turn to Commissioner Tebow, Commissioner Hickey, and Commissioner Vasquez to give us any further information that they have on this, and then maybe we can take questions if people have questions. All yours.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to suggest that we open it up to questions. I'll yield to Commissioners Hickey and everything that I've, other agenda items.
We have really covered what we were going to, that this a role in creation of our own roadmap, and know now that I think we promised to tell you of many more.
Might add, since it's been a learning process for us as well. But there's so you can be at years and as do and what to see.
Questions, comments? Just open with saying thank you for your hard work. I appreciate it, and it sounds like this ad hoc committee still has some work to do, and that you'll continue to engage with us as things start.
I would also just like to especially assigned to keep me. I don't know if they're on the.
Commissioner Hickey?
Yes, thank you for that mention. We have consulted with legal counsel.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Beatty?
recommendation is not to pursue party status.
Commissioner, because to do so in the making it open.
I can just really quick. I just wanted to go back to something Commissioner Vasquez said. She had said TC rulemaking and CDOT rulemaking. CDOT wouldn't be doing any CDOT rulemaking. It would only be the TC that would adopt the rule.
All right, well, thank you for covering this for us and keeping things in the forefront and letting us know what we have to do from there. I'm really pleased to hear what you said earlier, Commissioner Tebow, and as you say, it's moving and changing and flexing. I know AQCC is taking comments on a number of different portions of their rulemaking, and it's complicated. I think it's complicated for them, too. They've never do something magnitude, I think. So anyway, thank you very much. Any further comments? If not, we'll go on to the next agenda item, which is adoption of Transportation Asset Management, TAM, planning, budgets, and funding cap. And that's William Johnson and Toby Mancy.
Yeah, I'm William Johnson. I'm the Performance and Asset Management Branch Manager. I work under Rebecca. I'll give a quick intro to Toby Mancy. He's the Asset Management Program Manager. We'll be co-presenting today. By co-presenting, I mean he'll give most of the presentation. I'll do some of it. First, I'd like for you to direct your eyes towards the memo. In there, there's a table that represents what we have as far as a staff recommendation for our FY25 asset management planning budgets. Why we do it so far in advance is, as many of you are familiar, we maintain a 4-year rolling program of projects. This is to help us in planning and developing that next rolling 4-year in that program. You'll notice there that you'll see some arrows either going up or down or sideways. What that's about is it's a deviation or not deviation from the previous year's planning budget. So in asset management, when we go into a budget setting workshop with our TAM Oversight Committee, we have to make trade-offs. We make those trade-offs using the Transportation Commission's Policy Directive 14, which is the performance measures and targets for asset management, as well as let's see where we're at. What's our current condition? And you know, there's losers. We can't afford to fund it all. The other thing that I'll draw your attention to on the memo is you'll see the asset needs chart. When you can't afford to fund it all, you're going to have some needs. And, you know, naturally over time, if you can't afford to fund it all, those needs grow and become more. Go to the first slide, please, Jennifer. Now, there were quite a few changes that were made to the program over the last year that Toby has been the technical lead on. One of them is the signing and the development and signing of Policy Directive 1609, which more or less dictates here are the asset classes that can compete for these funds and here are the rules surrounding them. And the other thing that I'll remind you, while you're receiving this information on the FY25 planning budgets, as we approach the budget year for FY25, which years, if I get my math correct, that'll be a time that you can make adjustments if you don't make adjustments today. Toby, I'm going to kick it off to you, and I'll hear quietly.
Thanks, William, and good afternoon, Commissioners. So as a recap of previous meetings, we're talking about asset management. Jennifer, we're really talking about 12 distinct asset classes, everything from pavement maintenance to smaller assets like the program has been operating And one of the most important processes or steps we have is what we're tomorrow, which is to approve the asset budgets 4 years in advance. And as William said, we do that so the regions have time to plan, design, and build projects in the program and to advance asset condition. We do operate, as the last bullet on the left says, under an executive oversight. And that group has for sure refined the budget proposal we're presenting. Slide, please. So this is this process circle really shows you how asset management works. Where we're at right now. So in step number 1, every year we go and we assess how our bridge is doing, how our pavement doing, how's our culvert walls doing, and then we go and we put those into a model and forecast. Once we have that data, we start holding workshops and looking at what we should fund each asset. And finally, we're at the current step, number 4. All the steps, or I should say most of the steps after that, are all related to the regions developing those project lists based on the budgets you approve and delivering the project so that we can see that improvement or maintenance of asset conditions. So this slide is a really good representation of just how we typically distribute the asset management budget according to the 12 asset classes. So you think we have $760-some million. We have 12 asset classes that each asset gets a lot of that. It's really divided up. In fact, 85% of the asset management budget still goes to the big 3 assets of pavement, bridges, and maintenance. And all the other remaining assets are at about 1 or 2% of the asset management budget. So they're all really fighting for scraps. And really the budget is just never enough, as we'll see. So we have made some adjustments to the budget setting process this last summer. Really, this process begins of developing this budget recommendation by doing those new forecasts for each asset. New this year is we really ask each of the asset managers to develop a really thoughtful justification, a longer justification of just why they need the budget they need, projects they want to do, what problems they're seeing out on the road. And then we give our oversight committee various scenarios to look at. For example, do they want to give more money to the big assets, to more money to pavement? Do they want to fund smaller assets at a higher level? And they take those recommendations and a lot of data that we give them, and they refine those scenarios into one final proposal. Go ahead. Yeah.
Everyone else will, but definition: pavement, bridges, workable definition. Say that I want to think I repair pavement or repave over. That's pavement to me, but it's also maintenance. I do work on a bridge. It's maintenance, but it's also. So what's the workable definition for me?
Yeah, so we will probably lend more towards the Highway Administration's 5 definitions for work. So there's new construction, which is build something new, or if you replace it, it's new construction. There's which are like your traditional orange truck. There's preventive maintenance activity. Doing a crack or even going out and doing, there are minor rehabs and major rehabs, which definition of how you split those is whether or not you're touching something structural, or if you're touching more of the primary surface or facial aspect of it, the stuff that prevents it from deteriorating even further. But I think for this part, when we're talking about activities, we are talking about foreign things, where we can make the distinction, we'll say.
The reason I ask that is I'm accustomed to, in some other worlds, of a monetary definition. So, and this is mostly in the private sector, where mostly when we think about maintenance, if it's below a certain dollar threshold, it falls in the bucket. If it's above a certain dollar threshold, it becomes capital, and it could be. You say to me, I hear pavement or bridges, I don't know exactly how to characterize those, and they sound to me like, well, this could be the same. I don't know if there's it is based on the federal government's kind of guidelines is what you use to classify.
Yeah, and I also want to make a reference to, I think, policy does contain the Directive 1609 well. I think what you said is an analog to how we think of it, is when we invest dollar amounts on the engineering side of that, we really try to capture what that investment is, not just change the condition of the asset. We go through this process where we value an actual valuation, a monetary value to the individual assets, and we try to capture those preventive maintenance and but what is typically not included are the.
So from an engineering perspective, when we repave a road that is several miles long and it costs $3, $4, $5 million, that's an engineering. That's rehabilitation, as William was talking about. Our maintenance crews also do paving operations, but we, until very recently, were statutorily limited at whatever. It's a very small project. We've got that cap increased to $250,000, still a very small project. So when our maintenance staff is doing paving, maintenance, even though it's very similar paving to what our engineering projects would do, it's kind of the Band-Aid, you know, just to get this section of road for the next 5 years until an engineering project can come to a wholesale. We also do maintenance projects where all treatments that exceed the $250,000 cap, but don't quite rise to the level of an engineering project. It's an instance we have because of bad subgrade or something, a 1.5 mile section that needs to be have. Our maintenance staff can't do that because of the statutory cap, but we advertise a maintenance project that has a little less.
Believe it or not, that actually makes a lot of sense to me based on the way I tend to. I've acquired my education about this. You said, but all through perfectly good sense to me based on. I totally get it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Steve. Okay, so this slide is really the centerpiece of today's presentation. William showed it to you earlier. It's the budgets that we've developed for FY25. Now, we came to this budget development process with $635 million. And we call that our TAM cap because it's sort of the initial limit of what we're working with asset management. It's unchanged from FY24. And what that tells you is there's not a lot of room for budgets of the individual assets to change or to really increase or decrease. And that's why you see a lot of them remaining flat. We did want to give a little more money this year to the pavement asset because we're seeing in part because we're seeing some deterioration or some increases in our poor pavement according to some new national metrics. So we definitely want to put some money toward that. And we took that money essentially from some assets like buildings, rest areas, signals. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a data-driven process, so some of our decisions were based on the idea. In the long term, our models suggested that, a modest decrease from those assets wouldn't affect performance significantly in the long term. So with having the same budget to work with, we tried to drive a little more money to pavement this year. Next slide, please. So this slide speaks to what I was alluding to earlier, where is that we really never have enough for asset management. It shows the comparison between how much money we have in FY25 with our proposal versus how much we think we need on average each year to meet our targets in the next 10 years. So most strikingly, you'll see that pavement has a big shortfall, which is interesting because we're not too far from meeting our target in recent years, but we do expect conditions to decline in that asset based on the age and deterioration expectations. So all told, we think we have a deficit of about $400 million a year in terms of funding the assets at what. So in short, we'd like to keep, this picture in your mind and certainly keep asset management in the forefront. Here you can see our most recent performance in FY20 of all the assets versus their PD14 fiscally constrained targets, we call them, that you all approve. So you can see that, at least I think more than half of those assets are missing their targets right now. I think the news in that chart would be that we have been able to, meet our maintenance targets in recent years. And I think Bridge Enterprise is doing a really good job at keeping the poor pavement in reasonable levels. So I think there's a need out there, and about half of the assets are missing. Slide, please.
I think if you go back to the previous slide, I just want to make a comment. I think 3 colors might be good. So many of these reds should be yellow because you were so close to the target. And as a visual, I think that would really help us all capture that snapshot. You were close, right?
Is the delta between green or yellow, if you use Commissioner Vesco, is that $400 million? Or is the $400 million more? I'm just trying to understand, when you said $400 million, what is it? Is it, if you had $400 million more, would these just all be green, or would they be something?
They would all be green in 2030.
They would be green in 2030.
Yes. So we're trying to estimate how much we need in the next 10 years to be at the target level we're at, because PD14.
Just a quick clarification on that. What Toby said is correct. Per Policy Directive 14, which these targets or measures are based on, it would be in the green based on those needs, which is pavement. And pavement and bridge, as you may be aware, we have federal performance. And we do have a little bit of a concern area. If we were color coding this would probably be in the yellow or orange range right now. And that need does include the need for us to reach our pavement performance measure for the feds.
Next slide, please, Jennifer. So I presented the budget information for FY25 and the related contextual information. We did want to also give a brief update on some asset management topics we've brought to you in the past year. You may remember that last summer we had done a comprehensive review of our FY21 asset management program, and we had proposed several changes and have carried many of them out. One of them was the change to the budget process, where we've developed a much more focused process and asked for much more justification from the asset managers for their budgets. I'm going to let William talk about EJMT funding in a moment. We've had several efficiencies in our buildings program. They've developed kind of prototypes and templates that use smaller bollards and fewer hose bibs or kind of like spigots. So we think that those savings from those items are offsetting some of the other cost increases we're seeing in the buildings program. We're also striving to do more bundling in the assets to save on things like traffic control costs. So one of the things we're doing to encourage that is our previous process was largely based on comparing lists of various assets and seeing which treatments or projects were close together and bundling them. We're having a much more concerted effort to distribute the pavement projects earlier in the process, so other assets can look at those lists of pavement projects and see if they can bundle their own treatments with that list. And then I guess finally, the Commission did adopt Policy Directive 1609 earlier this spring, which led to processes change, such as you now all adopt the asset management budgets by resolution, and we think some of these changes are making our program much more transparent than ever. Slide, please. The other kind of sidebar we wanted to talk about was the maintenance budget, and we've had questions, there was a similar question today, in fact, of just why is maintenance in the asset management program? It doesn't seem exactly like, other assets, and we are kind of increasingly coming to the conclusion that when we set the MLOS budget, that it shouldn't necessarily compete with the other assets or directly compete with them for funding, because maintenance is so critical to CDOT operations. So we do have a small group, a subcommittee of our oversight committee that's meeting to refine the budget setting process for maintenance and to better estimate just how much that program needs each year. There's I think a feeling that the budget shouldn't decrease in any year because the maintenance costs typically never do. So we're trying to keep those funding levels much more stable, and we're refining that process right now. Slide, please. So I'm going to turn it over to William now, and he can take us home.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I want to give quick recognition to in preparing for the budget setting workshop. It's actually a pretty substantial packet that goes to the Transportation Asset Management Oversight Committee. Nearly 200 pages of information that they can make well-informed decisions. But we always work under the philosophy of continuous improvement, and in doing so, we're always looking for opportunities or keeping our eye on pending issues or challenges. One is which I mentioned already, dealing with the interstate poor. Again, that's part of our federal performance measure requirements, is the feds actually put a restriction on funds should our interstates dip below 5%, go above 5% poor pavement. And with that, the restriction is known. We're close. We're not there yet. It's about 3.99% that we have. I'll give recognition to Heather, our RTD in Region 4. We're working the problem, and we think that we need doable solutions, which I think will be. Also, more Senate Bill 260 fallout. I shouldn't say fallout, opportunities. Senate Bill 260 opportunities, one of which deals with adding tunnel to what is known right now as the Colorado Bridge Enterprise. If you look at our budget sheet, we do have Colorado Bridge Enterprise included. It works in concert, careful concert, with our regular bridge preventive maintenance program. I think next month we'll have more details on what Senate Bill 260 means for tunnels, and more so tunnels working with bridges in the same pot of money. The other thing that we've been working on in-house is positioning some of these major asset management projects for any type of federal infrastructure package, any stimulus, any additional funds we could get our hand on. You saw the delta between where we're at and how much money we need to achieve the targets. And we want to make sure that we have a solid project list that is ready to compete for those. Next slide, please, Jennifer. And then I'll end where I began. What we'll do with this, should you choose to adopt the planning budget, as we'll go forward, we'll make the project list to keep our 4-year program of projects in place. Of course, using those asset managers to make that really performance-driven, data-driven approach towards identifying the priority treatments, investments that we need to build.
This has been one of my big topics, is trying to preserve our assets so we can try to quit having to rebuild so much. Just increase that amount by 25 million, so that we start addressing that 400 million. With the additional funding we're getting, now we have to get into that maintenance level, the preventative maintenance to extend the life of the asset. A lot of money into new pavement, overlays and things on rural roads, and the best chip seals on those within window, so your oil retention capability to keep those smaller cracks that start chip, which gives you better surface for rural roads that can get plowed night for snow and things. Now we need to get those into the plan, and commission, we have to start increasing this line item. And setting it at this level for we don't have the money to capital construction to know how we go about getting that amount instead of this being put already 400 million up below this level. For us to try to get our preventative maintenance improved. Have to do that preventative maintenance. We need to be preventative maintenance to I don't know how we get there, but that's a third of the team. I'd try to figure out how to stop or slow the try to get that addressed so we don't hit. A little bit more difficult. My views, and I try to increase this budget. We need to figure out ways to save them, serve them for longer life.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez and Stanton. Did you want to speak first, Rebecca?
I just want to acknowledge Commissioner Beatty's comments and also, we have been able to what's not captured in what you've seen today is the investments in rural pavement we've done through Senate Bill 2 and I-70 work that I think you'll hear about next week. other project that is sort of especially, that's not to say that your larger needs,
For making the comment. I want to make a general comment, you both. As the commission sets policy, it should be a dialogue. Sometimes there are unintended consequences. Find places where we need to address. To follow on Gary's oft-stated comment that we need to change the oil in our car. I love that analogy. I have a question for Jeff, and that is, we asked earlier, you know, what's changes in funding. Is there anything specific in 260 that is going to make it more difficult to do what Gary was asking and to put a little more money towards?
So, and I'm going to kind of variation I might put on that is that when we're talking a lot of additional funding, dollars to I think ongoing annual basis not been able to really increase. But the bill very strong focus on you know, there's a large portion of the beyond commitments like go to that 10-year plan. Now, that being said, there are a lot of projects in there that 10-year plan projects that one of the ways that we're probably going to progress towards asset condition, probably by choosing that go a long way towards. I agree with you, Gary. Like an example is program. Not going to address the maintenance program, the orange projects in our 10-year plan. That the maintenance plus our revenue sources and try to identify what we think. Like I spoke to earlier, we are in the process of doing that and looking at. That's probably I would say the orange trucks maintenance is probably the piece we need to medically that we can't do. Entirely answers your question, but hopefully gives a little bit of color. The other thing I would add is that is obviously the big potato. You know, we face ongoing HUT growth in there as the economy. Now we're waiting to see what happens. So I think the next year, fiscal year 23. I'm sorry. Will definitely.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall, then Stanton, then Adams.
Well, thank you. I just kind of reiterate what Gary said. I mean, everyone has pretty well, I think, gone along the lines of maintaining and maintenance and surface repaving, but what we need to do is really, I just want to enforce what Gary said. We've got to maintain what we have. Gary said it well.
Stanton, then Adams.
Thank you very much for a really thorough briefing. Really appreciate the detail. One thing I'm concerned about for you and Jeff is inflation has raised its ugly head. It's over 5%, and if you look at the trajectory, that's going to eat into what you're talking about in a 10-year or 5-year plan.
Adams.
Related question, can you help me with maybe a little bit of background? So I've done this kind of math in my head. 500 $100 million. So I'm trying to put this in perspective and allowing for Don's comment about inflation. It seems to me that, I guess one way I would think about this, I had looked at this problem a year ago or 2 years ago. What was the 400 million? Or was it 600 million and we've actually eaten a larger number from a... And this would suggest to me, if you told me we've eaten into a number, it would say we're making problem. If you told me the number is getting bigger, and I would say it makes even worse the problem Don was just hinting at regarding inflation. Beatty's concern, which is we're not making progress against the problem on pretty much the same infrastructure. I've been sitting, haven't heard what sounded like new bridges, and I haven't heard what sounded like lots of additional things. So it's against the same basic asset that we're trying to make. Are we eating away at a problem that is a 10-year problem? As
I'm trying to think of a way to tactfully respond, and I'm sort of known for being direct.
Please be as direct as you know how to be, because I've been around a lot of direct people.
I think the last time we looked at the asset needs, our deficit was about $300 million annually. And I want to make sure that that's known. That's an annual deficit. It is, of course, based upon the performance targets that the commission has set. Policy Directive 14. But I think for the large part is we've had many people say, well, I could drive over to Kansas and notice the difference, or drive to New Mexico and notice the difference. Some of these performance measures and targets do speak for themselves and what you experience on the road. Now, that's not to say that we aren't having an effect on the problem. We absolutely are. My way of saying could be a whole lot worse. Could be. It could be a lot worse if we weren't so prescriptive in our performance-based approach through asset management and Policy Directive 14. We're doing the right things. Yeah, there are deficits, as Commissioner Beatty pointed out, is he sure would like it to be better. And out in a rural area, we are 47th in the nation on rural roads, rural interstate roads. That's where we sit in the nation. You know, I understand that with everything we have to make multiple assets. All of them are required to own, maintain, and operate a healthy modal transportation. But without doing the things that we do in asset management, our condition would be so much worse.
Believe me, I've honestly had problems this size on other kinds of assets, and the same kind of problem called, whether it's buildings or whether it's roads or what have you, it's the same problem called, you know, we think about it as deferred maintenance in other places, but the real question is, if I know I have, say, $1 billion of deferred maintenance, it's sitting there, it's only gonna get worse if I don't address it. So the question is, if it was a certain number, say 3 years ago, is it growing or is it getting smaller? Is a basic question. I'm not sure I understand the answer, and I think this is what Commissioner
It's
I'm
growing.
actually trying to help. Commissioner Beatty was trying to say it's getting worse. That's the way I read his message. And so if the question is it's getting worse, how much worse is it getting? Because if it's worse today in 2021, and if inflation is actually happening as Don, and I agree with him totally, it's only going to be worse when we look at the same two. How much worse is it going to be?
It's gonna be worse, but don't take that as me saying that, hey, our interstate roads are gonna turn to gravel. That's not gonna happen. You know, it's worse. That's what happens when you don't have enough money to invest in your needs.
I think then Commissioner Beatty is pushing us in the right direction, Cole. We can't just, you know, if we know that it's going to be at $50 million, we're going to be just slapping ourselves or beating up the problem that if we would really push ourselves harder today, which is what you're suggesting, Commissioner, our problem 3 years from today, and whoever sits in these chairs 3 years from today is going to have a less onerous problem. We would just push ourselves harder to find a way to tackle it. That's what you're pushing us.
Don't forget to turn your
Well,
mic on.
I don't need the math, non-Commissioner Vasquez, because what they're doing is they're verbally agreeing, and that's what I was just trying to do. They're agreeing with Commissioner Beatty that it is something that as a commission and as CDOT, at some point, we've got to come to grips with this. You have in any other enterprise, if you were selling your home and you really failed to do the deferred maintenance on it for 10 years, and then all of a sudden you try and sell it to someone, they're just going to force you to have. And that's what
Yes, Steve?
So, yes, but stuff is getting worse, and the beauty of asset management is that it's like Wayne Gretzky used to say, we're skating to where the puck's gonna be. So we've got this linear model, or this decade model, and we've got bridges that were built in that they're perfectly okay, fine. Years from now, they're gonna be deteriorating. Things we can do right now that will help extend that to 25 years. Can we waterproof the deck? Can we do spot rehabs on the deck so that we catch it before it rehabs? And that's asset management helps inform those sorts of decisions. Or is the bridge so far gone, maybe it's built in 1954, that it's better to just knock it down and start over? That's what asset management is trying to do. And we're trying to predict what can we spend this year so that 10 years from now we have fewer bridges to knock down. And the other thing that we do is we recognize that there are problems that our asset management budget can't handle, and we supplement them. Perfect example is Bridge Enterprise. When Bridge Enterprise was started, we were falling behind on bridges, so we created the Bridge Enterprise, and we took care of our worst bridges. I mean, the Central 70 bridge is the poster child for bad bridges, and it in the last month has been taken off the system. So our poor bridge score went up just a little bit because that bridge is no longer on our system because it's being replaced. Same with rural resurfacing. We've got a pavement model. We made a decision to do the rural resurfacing. So we've injected $1 billion plus into resurfacing. It's independent of the asset management model, and hopefully will free some of those asset management dollars to do the chip seals and some of the other preventative needs to be done. One, I think we need to work on a different vocabulary because we talk about maintenance budgets and preventive maintenance, and the reality is much of what we do in the resurfacing program and the bridge program is maintenance, even though it is not, when we look on the slide and we say MLOS and maintenance budget, that's one bucket of money, but we perform activities that maintain and extend the life of our infrastructure, not in the so-called maintenance budget. So I'll get my thesaurus out and see if I can communicate that a little better. But I think that's something we need to do.
I actually think you guys are doing well, but I guess the real point is are we okay with being 47? Are we okay with being worst in the country, or near the bottom of the worst in the country? And if we were to do something about that, which is again coming back to Commissioner Beatty's point, has had another, and would that take us like from 47 to 35, for example? And that's really the heart of it. And what I hear you saying is we've got a plan, working our plan. That plan 10 years from now will basically get us, that'll be the $400 million, but we still might be 47.
I think that's very true. One of the problems that faces us on the bridge side is most of our bridges were built in the 20 years after World War II. We don't have a whole lot of new bridges. So, I'll be 57 this year. I was born in the 20 years after World War II, and I'm not what I was 10 years ago. And there's some bridges that are the same way.
And Steve, Commissioner Beatty is saying he's not okay with being 47.
And I'm not okay with it either. But that's the mountain we have to climb.
Thank you for that, and I'm going to call on Commissioner Brackey. First, I just want to say, we have had this conversation for years, and I think we're all on board that we have to put more money into repaving and maintenance preventative. The issue becomes, if you have a pot of money, how do you make those policy decisions, right, to use the money that you have? And that was a dilemma for us, because there isn't enough money. So it's certainly not a new conversation, but it's one that has to be considered every single time. And we're looking at 2024 to 25, making the future to make sure that more of our assets don't deteriorate. How do you, for example, what you just, do you repave and then replace it? Those kinds of decisions. Certainly not easy, and I've often wondered, how do we crack that number 47 nut? Want to be at 47? Anybody here want to be number 47? No. What? So, Commissioner Brackey, you're next.
Yeah, I don't want to be 47 either, so I I wouldn't mind being 47 again. But I really appreciate the information that you shared, and I agree with others. I mean, the core maintenance is critical. Are putting the roof on your house. You were showing being worse in all areas is on your chart where the arrow was. Always going to be stretched. Where do you put dollars to best place to touch the asset? As caution on trying to talk. Moralizing, right? It doesn't create energy to move us forward. So to think about, well, we need this much in, and we're actually doing good in these. Yay, let's find some success, and then where do we need to adjust the most? I guess so. I'm just asking for more excited and curious about what it's going to us identify their list of 400 million. So how are we slicing and dicing all of this? Needs are very real, and they're to tackle them.
Adam?
You know, in actuality, I know of no one that ever has enough problem, but whether through technology, through innovation, basic corporate problem that everybody has, which is how do I achieve my business, grow my business, or close the gap, reduce my spending, while delivering a certain result to my constituents or my stakeholders. So we have a problem called we're 47, and none of us are happy with being 47, and I say we need a plan that's going to get us there. And Chair Stewart, we're not going to grow more money. There's a finite amount that we're going to have to work with, and we just have to take what we've got and find a way to get from 47 to something else. And we need to hear what that plan looks like. Maybe it's Commissioner Brackey's notion of we find where the successes are and we come up with a way so that we don't deteriorate the greens, the ones that are the positive arrows. But that's perfectly acceptable from my perspective, but it still may only be 625 or 630 million, or whatever the number is that we've got to spend, and that's the 400 million next 5 years. It's not going to be 700 million over the next 5 years to do it, because anybody can play that game. I don't think that's the puck that Gretzky's skating to. I think he's still skating to the 400 million puck, and still trying to be victorious with a 400 million. I think it's just the inevitable problem, Steve. Everybody has it. Puck's the star. Really a lot for the federal election. I apologize. First of all, I should say, I really appreciate the job you guys are doing. Personally appreciate. I'm certain that we could be 49. Wouldn't take a lot, but I appreciate and support what you're doing. Hearing is interest, at least to me, it's certainly of interest to Commissioner.
You do a good job. You've been finding ways to extend the life of bridges and doing excellent with the resources you've been getting. The conversation is more toward the commission on more that preservation piece and not always looking to the recon. There's things that tend to politically pull the system so we can slow the growth of that. Stop it, but
just quick comment. Well, I'm just hoping the staff listens. We're all kind of saying the same thing. So I hope everyone's listening, because sometimes we don't really make those funny decisions. Hopefully, you all are listening. You really do want to not be 47 anymore, right? Thank you. I think that's a pretty important message that just came out.
I'm going to argue with Commissioner Adams that there's no more money out there. We're not going to get any more money. There isn't any money, and we have to do with what we have. I believe there is more money out there. I believe there's going to be more money out there. And I think we should be looking more to how do you take any opportunity you get, any grant that fits into that category, when it comes down to do we want something shiny or do we want to fix something. But let's be real cognizant that this presentation we just got today tells us why we're 47. I think there is an opportunity, and I don't know when it'll come up, whether it'll be the new infrastructure package or any of that, but we do make some of these funding decisions on new monies that come out, and I'm one who always likes those new shiny things. When we were talking about autonomous vehicles, I was all about that. I like that idea. Let's put all our money into autonomous trucks. But the reality is, and I think we have to make it clear that that's a priority for us.
I'm like the kid, I always say I want both.
Idea to share on how to address additional money, because I do think we do have opportunity for full stimulus and different things. There's a way when we get those to try to shift, facing a project or a project to try to shift some of the other funding back into where we don't have the base funding to the reserves and then the basic needs now until we get new federal gas. Kind of
We didn't get a chance to do a retreat this year, and I think maybe, Commissioner Hall, that might be a good conversation to have at the retreat here is, you know, what do we think about being number 47? And how do we move that needle? And I think Gary's suggestion is excellent, possible. And I saw Jeff, you know, if we get funding for something else that has a funding line already else possible. I know it's much more complicated out on the topic. I think philosophically, we're all on the same page, so it might be something to think about in a retreat and maybe have a.
Jennifer is planning a retreat for us in August, so.
More for us? Is that it?
Yeah, sounds like retreat, we'll have more. Thank you.
That'd be great. I think you've got our attention. Thank you. Looks like we're going to go into the overview of MGC, and that's
Right. Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Keith Stefanik. The workshop we have in front of you today is the Floyd Hill, the Veteran of Delivery Method Recommendation. So first, I want to start off in pointing out a few things in your packet that was. So, attached to the memorandum is a presentation today, accountability and transparency letter dated. Also, the summary of the Floyd Hill construction industry, as well as the final project delivery selection, called a PDF, also the resolutions. I wanted to point out that those are in your packet. So, next slide, please. I'm going to tag team this presentation a little bit with myself, Mike Kellerman. Really what we want to go through today is what workshop agenda today. The Hill Project. 2 is to talk a little bit about CDOT's alternative delivery transparency. And 3 is how those commitments got incorporated into Senate Bill. Really the heart of why we're here, bringing this recommendation in front of the committee. Also go over the project status, summary of the project alternative delivery meeting that was held in late May. Review the recommended alternative delivery staff has recommended. Follow up with next steps. A little bit of history of how staff has approached transportation of 2020 forward. Followed that up in March had an overall Floyd Hill project. Potentially wanted to bring out the packaging. Today, we're here to talk about the alternative delivery method recommendation. A little bit about CDOT's transparency and accountability. So on March 18th, a letter was signed by Director Liu and Carlson, really committed to providing transparency and accountability and brought forth during the legislative session, really focused on how we can engage public and construction industry alternative delivery. We got sat back and we met with contractors across the state. Items that all build upon CDOT's comprehensive accountability strategy. They center around the alternative dashboards for those projects. Create several practices into CDOT's delivery. Public meeting with the construction industry or the general public on a delivery method. Then the final step is to come to approval of that recommendation. That's really leads up to why we're here today. And then next slide, Jennifer. Those items that I just described that were within that have now been incorporated in the and all of the commitments in that are incorporated in one form or another. Hopefully with the Senate, I believe this week, we are gearing up to really the Floyd Hill project is really the first alternative delivery following those guidelines. Have this discussion with you guys, sure that you understand why exactly we're of the transportation, or that transportation general public is aware that the needed to fulfill in the needed several to date, which us, but we also have remaining commitments. Alternative delivery method. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike. He's going to walk through really the status of the project.
Thank you, Keith. So my part's really easy. Jeff's going to go through more of the meat and potatoes part that you'll probably be more interested in. And like Keith said, the why we're here, asking you guys for your head delivering at CMGC. So this slide right here is just a brief update. We talked about this back in March again.
face you saw then was Neil Ogden. He has moved on, and so he's on to greener pastures. So you get to see my face and Jeff's face probably a lot more here moving forward. So back then we were talking about the two alternatives, the Canyon Viaduct, and then also the tunnel alternative that we're in the EA. Again, right, we're still pursuing the Canyon Viaduct as the preferred alternative versus the tunnel at this point, but both will be looked at once we move the project forward. And then on project status here, we're at 20% design. We're probably going to push it to 30% just to keep that ball moving forward. And then when we get to 30%, so we've got parallel paths here. We'll push the design to from 20 to 30%, and then also we're hoping to then, in the meantime, get a project team on, a designer and a construction manager that can help us deliver the last 70%. So again, we want to keep moving that ball forward, and we don't want to waste any time. So moving from 20 to 30%. The EA is anticipated to be complete into the summer of 2021. Again, the project cost is still at $700 million. Strong public support for this, and the implementation strategy, and that's what Jeff's going to talk about in the next couple of slides here.
Jeff, before you go to that, could you remind me what the viaduct alternative is? I drove that just recently, and I was trying to think, how does that viaduct look different?
We know. So as you can see in the pictures here, really what we're looking at is that to make the bridges a little bit. Right now, if you drove that corridor, bottom of Floyd Hill, and it's viaduct alternative.
We'll also be raising the grade there too. Like Jeff said, instead of coming down and making that hard left, if you're going westbound, the grade will be raised. And then
Evaluation costs of viaduct compared to keep. Considerations trying to keep future costs.
Absolutely, but the issue there is there's not that alternative to keep it. Corridor, so really compare that option. We do take in the maintenance costs of the alternatives. We do believe that the alternatives that are presented viaduct in the believe that the ground level, because it's
one option with, or one part of the ground level alternative is we would have to blast those rock cliffs to Kingdom Come, and there's big maintenance costs with that as well. So
it is worth noting too that alternatives that are alternative, the viaduct alternative, and then no improvement. It would look like if we just leave during those three. That's why. So, continuing on with this slide, the meeting was held May 26th. Held virtually, so 22 official questions. And just talking about the purpose of this meeting, to put that out there for the accountability. That CDOT went through the process and our project. Here's how we did this. Here's how we got to this alternative. We think that Out of those 22 questions, public and industry is ready out, and their questions are pertaining to slide, please. Next few slides are actually what we presented. First step that we went through here was really project elements are going to break out parts of this, size things down a little bit. Overall project is 700. These first few projects, one contractor. There's wildlife crossings and Empire. This one, the picture that you see, these were identified as much more beneficial to the environment. Wildlife crossing identified at the reason these were implemented and provide much more benefit. Last two on there, the Floyd Hill roundabouts and microtrans. County Road 65 and Homestead Parkway. Those areas with the locals there understood that we have some issues. Had a way to help alleviate that before we even benefits to the microtransit that we're looking at as County Road 65, so the Beaver Brook, that pave it. Off on what the is out there about the vans and
Yeah, I think we're just exploring it at that location, seeing what, maybe, you know, a charging station, something like that. But I think right now, we've just got, aerial, and we circled it and said, this is gonna be a location where we're gonna do something at this.
So in terms of the microtransit, we did some experiments with Mustang and utilizing the peak period shoulder lanes. And because the shy distance from the barrier is so tight, we decided it was not real feasible to get those full-size buses in the peak period shoulder lanes. So the microtransit would be 15-passenger vans that could use that lane, and then you get the benefit of the congested lane, so that, you know, people don't want to get on microtransit and sit in traffic jam.
So those are early project elements that's going out as a that is to open up that opportunity. Next portion of this, and that's why we're here today, is the MGC is the delivery method. Here today to present this information. Around I-70 is a future. I won't go into the great detail here, but I presented just to kind of educate. Bid build is our most common. That's the low. Two alternatives. The alternative. Real quick, the benefits and that in that picture there is that it's the owner, the designer, all in a partnership working. CDOT selects both of those, and that way we partnership among the three. We discussed the project delivery selection workshop. This those things that industry kind of thinks happen closed doors with a couple of guys. Obviously, in this case, we process for determining from CDOT, HPT, we had stakeholders in the room as well. Original version of this was done in 20. We were last couple of months. Document was not up to speed. 2018, I know the tunnel all much farther in the taken from the PDSM and main thing to understand as a group of those 14 group comes to a decision on fatal flaw that prevents you get down into the secondary those three comparison to what method that we select and then just the primary differentiators for this project, the specialized work, you know, we're rock blasting, obviously. Working in that corridor, it's why we want the contract. Identification, assessment. MGC, we get that opportunity to work. PSS process and community thing to us that build and design PSS members and be MGC, they get to not a risk to last one there, the anchor.
You go on there, Jeff. Back one, please. I think Jeff hit upon the risk identification. I was the project engineer on the Twin Tunnels, and that was one of the first CMGC projects we did up there. And I remember getting that project handed to me, and I was like, what is all this extra money in here for? You know, and it was for those risks, because we identify them up and early and during the project. The what ifs. What if we hit geology that isn't favorable? What if we hit something and so we discussed that, like Jeff said, with the designer and the contractor, the construction manager, and we identify those in early So that way then, if that does happen, and it did happen for the twin tunnels, there were certain things, it was all decided, the dollar amounts were all agreed to upon before we started the very smooth process. There's no arguing, it wasn't, is it yours, is it mine? Everything was agreed to up front, and it made for a smooth process, and also a project that came in right at that number. You know, there was no surprises. Oh, a $700 million project now is becoming, you know.
Yes, I'm curious, could you go back a do you have a number of categories? Are them all equal weight?
And that's a great question.
I also think it's important to note that this sheet here, you're seeing here is the tip of the iceberg. There's many, many pages included in the, like a summary, if you will. And it was a multi-day, meeting where they locked us in a room and they didn't give us any.
Right,
Steve was running the project at that time, so.
I've done that sort of thing on different kinds of, I know that there's probably, I was asking the question. And when there's those surprise factors, they cause in resource allocation as well, and disruption to the.
Thank you. I was thinking. To some extent, could
So when we have these meetings, we generally have a facilitator who has no dog in the hunt. And when that facilitator witnesses someone saying, oh, CMGC ought to be plus plus, CMGC ought to be plus plus, they'll hold that person to account a little bit. In this instance, with the 14 members, many of them local, Clear Creek County residents who've been involved in the project, we've got a very robust, context-sensitive solutions system developed up there, and I like to compare it to King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Everybody sits around the table, and everybody has an equal voice, and nobody gets to steer it. And if the Creek County Commissioner wants to go one way, some of his own people will say, no, you're violating the rules of CSS. You can't do that. Self-policing system. So on this project, that culture really fed into the project delivery and keep each other honest. Even, you know, there's always political allies and tribes that form, but even amongst the same tribe, they won't, you know, they'll say, no, you can't do that. That violates CSS. And it really works well. I was very skeptical when I started working in CSS 10 years ago, but now, hold on it. It works great because, and like King Arthur's Round Table, the project, but must be delivered, and the factions tend to solve. And if there's a disagreement, beat on each other until there's no disagreement.
I'll add too, I've been on a couple of these, and I think you do go in thinking like, oh, it's a sure thing. It's gonna go design bid, you know, or design bid build. And it is surprising how after you talk about it for a length of time, I mean, like I said, it was a couple of days that all of a sudden it really does, the cream rises to the crop, and it becomes pretty apparent.
So, really, the resolution will be in front of for approval. With that, if any other questions, we would be happy approval, but we are recommending CMG. I'll open it up to any questions.
Very brief. One question is, after this as this project is being built, a very busy interstate, and you're going to have backups, and you're going to have traffic flow changes. Have you already gone through that planning process, and what are you doing to risk? Because that's pretty area in there.
So through the environmental assessment process, that said, that into consideration. I would say it's all weighed in.
With CSP and everybody in the situation here, down with the light.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Oh, Gosh, I didn't see you. You know,
So that's okay.
Right, President?
I'm kind of invisible over here.
Yeah, I know how that feels. I just want to say, I just got a text from Commissioner Gifford who said she is not hearing everything you're saying, you in the room are saying, so want to remind you one more time. So don't turn your head away from the microphone when you're speaking to look at the person you're talking to. Talk into the microphone and speak with a little bit louder voice, because she's just told us that people aren't able to hear what we're saying when they're listening. Thanks.
I'm gonna be really loud then. Kidding. Is the EA really gonna be done this summer? Is that on target gonna be done this summer?
Yes, we're tracking that to be done here in the next process where that goes out for public comment.
Mhm.
So I believe we have a 60-day. Actually already seen the stuff on this. We have a virtual, that we don't have to have a big get through that public engagement.
Is it in-house? Are you doing the EA in-house, or is it a contractor?
It's both.
Both?
I think,
Combination?
yeah,
Okay.
Vanessa Henderson is our regional
Okay.
manager. She's been involved.
Okay, I have one more question, if that's okay. So do you bid the construction management, do you bid them separately, or is it bid as one contract? When you have the construction manager and when you talk about this type of process, is it one bid?
First step in the process, our guys' blessing, we're gonna go out and start bring in a design. That construction reach a package. And the I think
Okay.
he.
That was just kind of a different process, I just wasn't sure. Thank you for that.
Well, the CM is the contractor, so it's like when they're awarded the CM work, they have the right to enter this negotiation, and they bid against the independent cost estimator. They generally get 3 tries, so they price the work, and our independent cost estimator prices the work. When they converge, we generally within 5%, we are free to award the project to the construction manager. If they don't converge, everyone goes back to their corner, sharpens their pencil, they discuss, we have a meeting and discuss, well, why is your pavement price so high? Well, gravel pit's 10 miles away, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Then a week later, they come back with new prices. If they converge at that point, then we can award the project. If they don't converge, they go back. Third try, just like baseball, 3 strikes and you're out. If they don't converge, then we kick the CM guy out. He can't bid on it anymore, and it goes to a low bid process.
Anything else from us? It's on the agenda tomorrow, is that right? There'll be a resolution to approve on the agenda tomorrow. Any other questions, comments?
So one other comment. This, we talked about how this project is just for the westbound portion. The eastbound portion is also in the EA. However, it's not funded, and we have committed to not adding it via change order. So when the eastbound happens, it will be a whole new ballgame.
I'm sure that's fair, and it probably gives a number of people some comfort, and that it won't be just a change order. Yeah. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Sounds great. The next item on the agenda, Union Pacific sale agreement on US 85, and
I'm going to kick this off just really quick. You know, one of the things that I do, I think Jeff does this a lot too, is we track in our heads what commitments have been made by the commission that haven't been fulfilled yet, or the things that we need to come back for, and this is one of those. So we're excited that we can hopefully tomorrow check the box on this one. Back in 2017, our former Region 4 director and our former chief engineer had the unenviable task of negotiating with Union Pacific Railroad on a deal where Union Pacific held all the cards, and that kind of reflects in the deal that we got. But we have a deal. We need to. We're in the process now of finishing that up. Back in late 2017, the commission had committed $34 million and put that towards the settlement payment to the railroad, and had a commitment to pay for construction of the Peckham interchange at the time when Peckham was ready to go. Peckham's now ready to go, although the deal looks a little bit different than what we anticipated in 2017, and that's what Heather's going to talk a little bit about. The good news is we're actually asking a little bit less than what we expected in 2017 the cost of Peckham was going to be. So with that, I'll turn it back to Heather.
Okay, thank you, Herman. And Jennifer, you can go to the agenda. So I'm going to try to explain a complex, and there is a timeline in there for your interests, but if you can go to the next slide, and the next slide. Just, I know you've seen this slide deck before, but it was a lot to consume. I'm again going to try to explain a complicated story in a few slides. So if you can go to the next slide. So, you know, why are we doing this project? So this is, as you can see in the graphic, that red line is US 85, and the dashed line right next to it is Union Pacific Railroad. There is a large stretch of US 85 that currently sits in Union Pacific Railroad right away. We had a lease agreement that we've been paying to basically operate have people travel on US 85. That lease agreement expired in 2006, and CDOT stopped paying their lease payment. I do not have the history as to why we stopped making payment, but it occurred. So things started to bubble up, and so the discussion was, how do we resolve this issue? And again, 10 of those 37 parcels were under a revocable license, which means US 85 could, at their will, at any time, ask CDOT to relocate US 85, and they would have to do it within 3 years. So additionally, any improvements we tried to do on US 85, from an overlay to intersection improvements to signals, we would have to get Union Pacific Railroad approval, so it made it just that much more timely to get our jobs done. So Union Pacific also couldn't, they have a desire, there's a lot of expansion going on. They would like to do some sidings, some double track, just to keep up with the freight and the growth that they have. And, you know, in order to do some of the work that they're doing right now, they would just park their trains across all these crossings, and they were in no hurry, because they owned the right of way, to move them. So this cut off connectivity to a lot of these local communities. It created challenged trip reliability for emergency services and for the traveling public. So go to the next slide, please. So the next slide, yeah. So the goal was, can we find a win-win here where Union Pacific can accomplish some of the goals they need, and CDOT can accomplish the goals that they need? And those were the discussions that started in 2017. And that proposed solution was, CDOT was going to purchase for $34.9 million the right-of-way for US 85, as well as they were going to, Weld County was going to close 12 of those crossings, allowing expansion of the Union Pacific Railroad. And included in those closures, there was, at Peckham, needed to be a grade separation. So it was the only way to make connectivity, and so we had to grade separate that crossing. So I think at that time, it was a good solution, or at least it felt like it was a win-win. However, we don't have a really strong paper trail to document all those decisions and all that discussion that occurred. And we are sitting with a signed contract, and we have a lot of obligation to meet those terms of the contract. So what I'm going to try to outline here quickly are the terms of that contract and where we are today. So next slide. I think I covered a lot of this, but I wanted to just really highlight some of the benefits. And a lot of this is around safety. And, over the last 40 years, there's been 200 crashes specifically related to railroad crossings and 27 deaths. In the last 9 years, or I should say 2010 to 2019, there's 42 crashes with 10 deaths and 12 injuries. So they continue to increase in this corridor. And you'll see one of our funding sources is Section 130, and the intent of those dollars are to eliminate fatalities as it relates to grade crossings. Next slide, please. So this is just a graphic just to give you a visual of where all of those Weld County road crossings are. Also, it's giving you the dots sort of indicate what's been closed and what's really close to being closed. So, as I mentioned, 34.9 for the right-of-way, 12 county road crossings, a grade separation, and the agreement when it was initially signed said that we would get all this accomplished in 10 months. So, next slide. This tries to outline all the terms and conditions that were in that contract and what some of the initial assumptions were. So 10 of those 12 crossings had to be closed by September of 2018. We anticipate those to be closed by this November. Those remaining 2 are related to Peckham. At that time, when the agreement started, they were assuming the closure would be really simple. They didn't take into consideration all the coordination with the PUC and some of the other improvements that would have to get made in order to make those closings. So it was originally assumed about 1.3 million. It now sits at 15 million. The Peckham grade separation at that time was assumed a $27 million cost. Our current construction estimate is around 48 million, which includes the right-of-way acquisition, the utility relocations, the design and construction. It also assumed Peckham would be under construction by 2018, and we haven't anticipated, we plan to go to advertisement in July. So it'll be under construction this September. The right-of-way purchase price is still 34.9 million, but because we haven't been able to meet those other terms of the contract, we have been paying for 3 years a $1.745 million extension payment. So it's 5% of the purchase price annually. The right-of-way, and that's basically the right-of-way date and the closing date that they wanted all this completed, which was in 2018. We are hoping to get this with approval of additional funds. We will get this done by November of 2021. And then we do need to change one of the things in the contract, which is getting substantial completion of Peckham out to 2023. So it brings us to a grand total of, we currently have 63 million programmed for this project. We need 103. Slide, please. So we're really only short in the 2 areas. It's in for construction for Peckham and then in our cash settlement. We really feel that action needs to happen this month in order for us to make all those other commitments that we stated and really try to settle this by November of 2021. So we do have advertisement. The project is ready to go in July, assuming we have funding to advertise the project. If we don't take action, there is risk. We will have another extension payment in November, as well as what's in the contract is a $5,000 a day liquidated damages. Those start if Peckham does not get under construction by November of this year. And I think we have seen, UPRR, that railroads are not easy to work with, but I think it's more challenging for CDOT if we are not honoring those commitments to those contracts that we are in agreement with, that we are under agreement with them. So next slide, please. So this is a breakdown of what's currently funded. The blue slides the blue columns reflect what's currently programmed. That comes up with that $63 million in the funding sources. And then the green is what we are recommending for proposed funding to fill that gap. There will be a request for $13 million from TC Program Reserve, and then an additional, and I think I'll explain it on the next slide, but there will be $25 million proposed to come out of Region 4. And again, I just wanted to highlight that Section 130. I think I had some talking points, but since Section 130 programs have been invested in projects just like this, and that started in 1987, they've seen the most recent data has showed that fatalities at the various crossings where they've implemented these have decreased by 57%. So that's, I think, a really good use of those Section 130 funds. And I think this project really showcases that need. Slide, please. So how Region 4 is proposing to pay for the $25 million is we do have some RPP savings, and that is some flexible spending. That is in fiscal year 21 that we intend to put towards the Peckham construction. We also have some bid savings from O Street, which is one of the crossings, Section 130 money, so we'll just roll that right over into Peckham, which makes sense. And then the other, other four rows are indicate some projects that we are either not doing or have paid for with stimulus funds. So the first project is due to when we hit at year 2, the pandemic hit, and we talked about what projects are we going to move forward. We did all that planning with concern of we may not have a year 3 and 4. Region 4 was well over their equity calculation, and so we canceled this rural paving project because we had to move forward with the match that we had, which was surface treatment. The pavement was in such despair, we were going to add some shoulders. We just had to go ahead and cancel that project and just move forward with our resurfacing project. The second project on that line is basically a parallel to that first project, and we felt that if we're not going to add shoulders in phase 1, we probably won't be doing that in phase 2. Next two projects, I-76 and 385, are projects that we have been able to pay for with federal stimulus dollars. So those are rural paving projects that are going to get completed, but they aren't getting paid for with Senate Bill 267. So as you can see, these projects were originally programmed in years 2 and 3, but because of the equity and how we've been sort of picking projects, they were going to roll forward, or that cash would be available in year 4. It could be moved to other rural paving projects. My recommendation is that it's going to go to Peckham. Most of Peckham is in the Union Pacific, in the Upper Front Range, and so we're picking project, we're funding a project in the same TPR, Peckham. So the other caveat to this is because we have not had the formal discussion around what projects are we going to fund in year 4. We are asking, which is outlined in your memo, for a loan from the TC Contingency and Program Reserve of $23 million. When we have that discussion about year 4 projects, we would pay that loan back. I believe that is my last slide, and I'm happy. I do have a slide. This just sort of indicates that getting TC dollars to help pay for this commitment that was made is not. We're not setting precedent with this project, and we have done it in the past. With that, I would love to open it up to questions.
Thank you, Heather.
Yes.
It's clear, as we've said before, you were handed, understand the urgency to get this solved. whatever we need to do, us out of this spot, would make, that as we think about our work summer, it would be good to review all the railroad, to forward to where we need to.
I don't
Thank you.
think this is the
Commissioner
only
Tebow
location.
and then Brackey.
Madam Chair and members, I know that you presented this to the commission month at a meeting, and, you know, some of the hand. Thankfully, you sent those handouts to me afterward. I've really been stewing about this because I was part of the commission, as several other members of the commission, and that all this was going. I feel very strongly that statewide issue developed, if you will, intentions, but some things just went wrong, and I just don't feel that it's goal of Region 4 or any significant burden. Communication with the chief. Usual, he's very for me to think. I look at the resolution number 5. I noticed two categories. When I interpret that is not a loan, that is just program reserve, rather. Out of the not designated in the loan, and seems to imply that it's a loan. One thing is that that should be clarified. That I want to say loan. Dollars or whatever. And I say this with a lot of trepidation because if now I'd sue the railroad or have the railroad sue us, the railroad is listening. I said it twice. I'm kind of crossing railroad tracks on my way. You know, this happened in Pueblo at the I project as well. You have pointed out that the Baptist Road is precedent. Early days of ramp, they didn't have that assisted for shortfall in that project, I-20. Railroad had decided on a whim for money, and I relevant to me is that the railroad seems to be wish that I could do something. I can't, but I think what I'd like to encourage this is a that I just don't think done this. going to happen if it is categorized loan, lose some of your projects with money would be following this correctly. My preference would be, at the very least, is to say that this money is going to be spent without any consideration of, yes, in the future, it up and vote for something when I think I tried to look at the resolution, I've tried to and in this way, and I just have seen how in my time on the commission, especially our community and significant and other problem with the railroad. A lot, not quite sure if the resolution is written now, it doesn't say loan of what that needs to be cleared up. It is a loan. So I just put it up so it's even more confusing to me. Million versus the I'm just kind of throwing all this out, what everybody has to say.
Commissioner Tebow, we're going to go to Director. So first I want to applaud Heather for cleaning up a mess that she didn't make. I mean, I think we have to start by acknowledging that a very messy situation was our team, you know, particularly to Heather, that predated a lot of the people in this room. What came to be, you know, that said, I think we also have to acknowledge that the way this was pulled, we would now have come out of CDOT work. I mean, at best case, they mess up. And candidly, there were conditions between Weld County and CDOT that were not weighted and bifurcated as precisely as they should be, so that I way that clearly delineated responsibility was not done to hold up several years later in terms of also the reality that the people get it in a place where, you know, they were heading. Also the reality that the regional negotiator at the time was the negotiator for CDOT and developing this. So I don't think we can just say, the reality is you start things you don't finish, you start, and, you know, dialogue did absolutely happen in a way left jagged edges that Heather is now left to clean up and doing yeoman's work and figuring out how to. You know, I think dollars all come from somewhere, and I think just sort of trying to find little pucks. Over the last few years to get away from in a part of the state do reflect the part of the state is the reality of how we have to get our candidly, Commissioner, the situation you described were happening today. I would advocate for it being advocating for a large part. I mean, you know, all the money ultimately comes out of mindful that, you know, beginning of a process to set the terms. So, I think we're trying to strike a balance of acknowledging that there are some things that really fall on one set of shoulders, but at the same time, part of a whole set of dialogues that has been happening in Region 4. Again, cleaning up a mess that the current leadership didn't embedded in the interface between projects and priorities of the counties, and so totally in isolation from other, is kind of taken entirely out of the. I think, we've tried to split the difference in a way that makes sense and feels defensive, not easy to deal with, and that there is unfortunately a power dynamic that nobody also recognizing that there were some up and cleaning up things that started with jagged edges come
Clarification, I can.
Well, first I just want to say, as others have, thank you to Heather for figuring this out. In our family, we have a saying that it may not be your fault, it's still your problem, and you have to figure it out, and you got to come up with a solution. So I think Heather's done, and everyone, pulling together on the staff team, messy problem that was inherited, and so, I just really commend the work to. So the problem's not going to. I'm supportive of moving ahead. We've all said it. And it's been really hard for our communities and work with them. But I think in this case, the deal was made, and certainly I could say, well, I'd prefer it not to come out of. I'll leave the split of the funding. Needs. So I just want to. Again, the money.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes, and I just wanted to clarify, the resolution is not very verbose, but it does in the table say US 85 settlement loan. I think it's detailed more in the memo, but I think the intent $1 million commitment without strings and a 23.1. Need to add some additional detail to the resolution. Term, at least in the.
Can I ask you what the downside is to supporting Commissioner Tebow's suggestion that all of it comes out of the
So, I would say that the reserve balance currently, taking the 23 million draws us down to about. We don't have an official target in the program, but we've always tried to maintain balance, I would say, in the range of 25 to address things that are unanticipated. I would say for right now would probably year 22, we are actually not allocating additional as part of the budget, which and that was because there are opportunities during know that for sure. While we're very excited talking about Senate, we are still in a experiencing losses that go into our budget. The other thing I'd say is that we have tried to maintain sort of a more robust contingency flexibility given some of the uncertainty. Would be the downside of not taking all your program reserves without other known funds to be up at in 22. I think, of course, that
Out of an idea of both reserves. Contingency reserve it. It is a lot of movement. It is an action by the transfer. We adopted that. Their situation. Some of you may think I need to. Let me tell you what.
Thank you. Director Liu, then Commissioner Hall, then Commissioner Beatty.
Well, everything you put to that, us from an accountability. I think the default that we have, first thing that happens is we sort of way. I think there's a bigger issue of the kind of holistic budgeting we've tried. Reacting to that suggestion. You know, where and more linear, very clear exactly how much. Once again, I want to say that and she's cleaning it up. Part of the Region Forward. All then Commissioner Beatty.
From that, I just gathered that you wanted to go like what is as a loan. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was exactly what you were saying. I'm really happy to see you getting this cleaned up. I really thought we had that done. I remember the discussions very well about, you know, with the with Powell County gonna get them all closed and all that kind of thing. So I'm glad to see it cleaned up. Or when we allocated the money, was it out of general fund? How was it allocated before? Remember, I appreciate Chief so much in thinking about the whole state paying for this and not taking it out. Not sure, but was it out of general before or?
Previously about 5 million, which was thought to be the purchase price, was allocated out of the program reserve, but we're somewhat remaining logically consistent with the 13 million that largely paying for, in this proposal, is largely paying for the settlement price. Construction is largely the piece that would be.
For discussion, I guess I'd kind of maybe just a compromise. Highway 52 project resurfacing that's being pulled. Actually, to add shoulders to a section as we do a resurfacing, address safety concerns on a new corridor that's becoming a urban rural interface and safety improvements that would provide. Probably won't see anything on that corridor again for a while. Up an opportunity, cost savings by pulling that would recommend that we reinstate that 5.2 or whatever it was. Offer that as a compromise between 25 coming out of reserve because the other projects have gotten done. One that we're kind of losing an opportunity to improve infrastructure while a project trying to pull that out. Compromise between project done that I believe really support that.
Have
If anybody's ever
Commissioner
driven it.
Vasquez and then Commissioner Tebow, but I want to say I agree with you. And I looked at this as well and thought, what about this 3.63 and 5.10? Both of them are cut, but everywhere else she's found a savings. Oh, it has. Well, there's only one. So it'll be 5.10. That seems reasonable to me, but that's just opinion. And
I just wanted to express an opinion. I think it's really these not sure I understand the turnover during it alone. I don't see how it's healthy for those unexpected. Seems like a reasonable keep this project, yet keep our
Tebow.
But yeah, work on that. Let's see.
Can you clarify? I'm just trying to follow along. What was the compromise? Where would the 5.1 million come from? Come from the part that's being loaned, or come from?
So right now,
Where would it
it's
get?
right now it's part of being loaned, but the question is to put that under the non-loan contingent instead of 13, whatever it is.
I wanted to clarify one other point I had made a minute ago. And Jennifer, if we could go back. You know, one of the things I want to point out about about the proposal is the fact that I think the intent behind the proposal was to not put the full bear. So, and I think that maybe gets a little bit lost because we're forgetting slide, and sorry, slide 7, one more. No, I think the number different. You'll see that the settlement, the purchase price is about 40 million. The right-of-way purchase price is about 34.9 million. The commission has already put in 34.9 million thereabouts from the reserve about I believe almost 2 years ago now, and now you would be adding an additional 13. So even within this proposal, essentially, the commission is or will be covering most of the costs, with the exception of the construction. I think that's part of the thinking behind the proposal, was that the interchange, while being a part of the settlement, is a mobility benefit and a project within the region. I think that's why the proposal essentially looking to take that portion out of the region equity. $48 million over the actions of mission funding, paying for other parts of the settlement.
That clarification. Other comments? Mr. Beatty?
Yeah, I guess just to or
hate to lose that one project. Pass up the opportunity that was.
So there's a possibility of 3 different resolutions on. One is resolution is written, is 13 and 20. Second one is everything coming out of contingency, program reserve. And the third is to just change the allocation from 13 to 18. Termed loan. Is that my understanding? So the way you can do this is you can discuss it now, you can discuss it at breakfast, or you can offer all 3 resolutions, have it voted on. Commissioner Tebow?
Maybe it's a good idea to just not sure that anything I've heard.
Risk of weighing in. First of all, Heather, I do think you've really done a terrific. Director said a problem that you didn't. I'm not sure there's a perfect solution. I'm inclined to. I really support the staff's recommendation. It's not going to be perfect anyway, but I respect the notion of trying to minimize the impact on our same time attempt for this to be shared a little bit more. I do think there's an attempt.
Okay, thank you. I think that's pretty good wrap-up of the conversation. The resolution is on the books for tomorrow. Should you want, Commissioner Tebow, you can motion and the same. Edie might have a little more conversation in strongly one way or the other that might do to either offer or motion. Thank you very much. With that concludes everything except for our audit review committee, and so those, if you wouldn't mind staying.
And as a reminder, we have the signature stuff up on the 5th floor that needs to get signed if you haven't signed it today. So if you're leaving and not participating in audit committee, if you could run upstairs and sign some stuff, that'd be great.
Can I ask about that signing? Is it stuff to be signed?
Pictures and hard hats for departing commissioners, and we need to.
Pictures are signed where on the?
It's on the, well, Jennifer can explain, I think, but it's on the border, and then she's taking it to the framing place tonight to put the frame back on.
Right, so you just want signatures on the matting then? When I was up there, there was no signature. All right, thanks.
we get this started? No, are they on the audit committee? They are. Where'd they go? Well, at least since it's a workshop, you don't have to have a quorum.
To talk about an SAP security design and model review, and hello, everyone, sorry. We had a security review and identified some internal controls deficiencies that represent some of the weaknesses that have been identified is that excessive amount of IT uses that have high security privileges. We have some generic accounts with high-level privileges that set up to allow direct login with login, which may help inappropriate or unauthorized activities, not fully enabled. Login recommended. There's concurrent logins, so allowing user IDs once at a time. And in another instance, we had an excessive number. This in a table log, which kind of indicates that we discussed this assessment with management. Management jumped on it immediately. Some of the recommendations for improvement have already all but one recommendation will on with the last recommendation targeted for the end of RSM conducted the assessment for audit that will to assist risk assessment, and they will be back in early 2022 to validate the year later. Any questions on the SAP? The SAP, I believe, was implemented in 2006. A lot of the security concerns or during the assessment could be simulation of
So I can try to address that. So actually, most of the recommendations are maintained on the OIT side. Actually, by the state managing the security protocols you're looking at. And I do believe, and we have done not exactly, but there has been back in like 20. I think they identified some things that were addressed then. But to your point, I would certainly say, having done this, it is probably a practice to do. Best practices changed. There's some things here that were not done that should have probably been done from the beginning, but I think also things that RSM.
I agree with all that.
Chair, I'd just like to echo and support what Jeff is saying, that I do think the practices in this area in a lot of companies that I use this SAP system were really, people were very sloppy and no one was getting burned to their degree, but the practices around access and access controls and all of those were violated. People were ignoring a lot of the recent years. I think the standard of what people need to do, the expectations, but I do think we just have to put in place, now that we've had this discussion about it and this revelation about it, it's now time to make sure we tighten it up so that a lot of the recommendations that have been forth, they get implemented. Now that we've been told this, I think we just need to make sure that we put these in place now that we're fully aware.
that it matters much at this point, but when SAP installed this, they must have, done some training. That would have been with OIT.
So actually, back when SAP was installed, there was not an OIT. Each individual agency had its own IT resource. Remember exactly, Herman probably can recall, but a number of years ago now, probably 8 or 9, I'm guessing, the state consolidated IT into the state. Work closely with OIT, but they maintain most of our IT infrastructure and security around that infrastructure.
Shoot, no, got my question. But you're still convinced, anybody who's involved in this, and I guess audit team, that SAP is worth improving and not ditching and replacing?
I think in 2025, the ERP needs to be implemented.
I can offer a little bit of an answer on that. I would say that Frank's point, Frank mentioned a date of 2025. Our current version of SAP, and actually I think back now, it will go into unsupported status, which means that SAP will stop. It is many entities stay on an ERP after it's out of support. They to maintain it. That may or may not be the best practice. In any event, that is a very large decision. I mean, and so we've started to look at sort of what Director Liu wanting to jump in, but it is probably something that a decision that would happen over.
I would just add that I think having a longer-term conversation about the future of the software platform we use should be separate from to tighten the controls for the duration of the life of this. I think about it like Microsoft Excel, right? There's much more sophisticated software available, but there's also things you can do to improve your spreadsheet in Excel. And as long as we're using this, we should be doing all of the obvious things to.
I think it's a really big decision to talk about scrapping it. And it is a little long in the tooth for software, but I think the main emphasis should be, let's implement all the recommendations. We do it very well, and then at some future date, then maybe the evaluation of what next iteration of have that's a.
Not disagreeing with that. It's just that I think we have some responsibility to not ignore the risk that we are running in continuing to use a system that is.
Well, what I read, though, Madam Chair, I think a lot of it was our execution and implementation, more so than it was the result of gaps or flaws in SAP. I think we were not as diligent about some of the basic access controls, who should have access and things like that. Those were things that were well within our control. If we had been trained a little bit more deeply in what people were doing, really following through. So those are the kind of things when I looked at the report that I more so than problems with either flawed implementation, problems inherently wrong, problematic with the.
Okay, let's continue. We're gonna put a motion and vote for the release of, the Maintenance and Operations Division Purchase Audit Report. We can either we can either vote to release the report without the need to discuss. We can release the report and there discuss it, but on a limited basis or not. Full. The objective of the purchasing audit was to assess whether the maintenance division and internal controls for purchases less than 25,000 were working effectively as they related to the internal control breakdowns that were identified during a fraud investigation that we completed. So with that in mind, the internal controls would generally function as intended, and there was evidence of significant fraud within the operation divisions. And what I mean by significant is, you know, the work that we've performed, we're looking at a very, very high level, and we could assert that, you know, happen. The other thing that we can assert is we don't see a pattern throughout CDOT. This was an isolated incident, and therefore, I think a good indicator that controls are working properly. However, there were 5 internal control weaknesses that were identified that, if corrected, could use potential. Purchases were split. Spending limits. Approval procedures sometimes were ineligible. We couldn't signature or the signature stamp. Support documentation sometimes wasn't maintained or not always maintained. Segregation of duties could be approved between the employees that initiate the purchase from those that receive it. And there's no consistent inventory process for small tools. On that? Why does it matter? Inconsistencies in following established processes increase the risk of potential fraud, negative media attention, and poor public perception. Major causes of why this happened: insufficient policy and procedure directives and/or manual guidance, and lack of electronic documentation. Recommendations that have been provided are, you know, better clarify purchase and credit card manuals, implement an electronic data management system. When no bids are received for services or recurring services, obtain a price quote and enter into competitive process, and emphasize approval responsibilities and ensure proper training. When it's a sole vendor. What is management saying? What are they doing? Management agreed with the findings and recommendations. They've already begun to take corrective action. They're implementing OnBase, which is an electronic document management, and they're updating and improving. Questions on the maintenance and operation?
I would just encourage the continued communication about the cultural aspects of this, because companies are using more and more purchase cards and credit cards for acquisitions of small ticket kind of items. And everybody always aggregates things if you're allowed to aggregate to get around the kind of minimum purchase levels that they're authorized to have. And you just have to keep hammering home to people that the culture isn't that you can get away with it. It's just a cultural thing. When people find out they can get away with it, nobody slaps their wrist, they keep doing it. So I just encourage your team and everyone to just keep hammering home to people, keep running them into training sessions, communicating it, because the fact that people think they can get away with it just causes them to keep doing it.
Commissioner, if I could just reply. Totally agree. And I'm glad you mentioned sort of the cultural aspect. I think, it's I think providing effective deterrence. We at borders or, or at region. To look systematic, and I think that is a big deterrent effect. The other piece of the cultural aspect, I think, is we rely on people to make good decisions, but we also rely on their supervisors and others to monitor and to exercise good judgment and to take. Frank talks at different points about a failure and approval process. Providing oversight and validating that the
If I may say the systems and the processes have gotten more complicated. The companies have gotten rid of, we used to have people in accounts payable areas in companies. Increase the complexity of their payment processes, and a lot of people don't always understand exactly how they work or who's. I think the more, and you're going to see more of this. My expectation is it's actually going to become the end of the future, and the size of the transactions, and you're going to see more of them. And God forbid, if we ever get to a point with cryptocurrency, more complicated. So it's going to get more complicated, and we just have to continue to understand and acknowledge that. Otherwise, we're going to be happen, and we won't know it for some time. Will be hitting us large amounts of money. A lot of it's happening already, and it's
Next slide, Jennifer. Internal audit division, return on investment. I want to talk about some of the savings that were identified by the audit division over the last year. So construction claims, just down on a high level, you have disputes, you have contractor claims and disputes, and the audit department will fair and reasonableness. So between what was submitted in the contractor claim and dispute to what we determined to be fair and reasonable, there was a $700. The $7 million, the MPA I think, is a real powerful number, real powerful service that we provide to CDOT and management. The external supervisor, Robin Lamb, she runs the external side. She handles the construction claims, handles the MPA, and the MPA is a negotiation process. It's contractors. And last year we had 200 contractor reviews. We had 1,000 findings, and the findings are about labor rates. It's the labor rates that they want to submit in the contracts with CDOT before they enter. This is a process. This is a proactive approach to controlling prices. And so the labor rates that were submitted for review were higher than what we deem to be fair and reasonable, or what the audit division deems to be fair and reasonable. And in those 1,000 findings generated to about $13,500 an hour savings between what was submitted on hourly rates by contractors and their MPAs and what was finally negotiated between the division and the contractor. That 13,500 annually, 2,080 hours is close to $30 million. So we're just making an assumption is maybe 25% of the time. We're going to try and work with contracting to see if we can get. We know what MPAs, what contractors we are negotiating with. So can we do the cross between the savings on those contractors to who's actually doing work within CDOT to see, you know, that if there's how much is truly being saved based on our work, the upfront work. That's the $7 million. Special vendor project, can't speak too much about. It was a vendor dispute. You know, the division assisted management with the dispute. There was $1 million taken off the invoice on top. There was maybe another $1 million of new hardware and installation of that hardware, and maybe about another $3 million of annual cost savings for future costs that will be discounted. So that's the $5 million. And the fraud investigation generated about $1 million of what's been identified, and that was over more than a decade. So although it seems like it's significant, you spread that over more than 10 years, it's very difficult to questions on our savings or ROI. And I think the only disappointment is I need a bigger playing field. That's all I need. Sure. Last week or a week and a half ago, we got notified by CBI that they were going to the DA, and an arrest warrant was supposed to be issued last week. So that may be forthcoming. Any other questions? Next slide. Let's talk about next fiscal year and risk assessment. I've been here at CDOT now for 4 years, and you know I try to identify where the risks lie. And I've used this quote before, and it's becoming applicable to me. You don't know what you don't know, and I'm getting to a point where I need to learn more about CDOT. Next slide. So risk assessments are based upon an analysis of the divisions in terms of expenditures and risk exposure. What's the impact, the financial impact, based times by the likelihood. Again, it's just coming up, how are you weighting the risk? One of the ways you can accomplish that is interviewing various stakeholders, including the EMT, division managers, transportation commissioners, FHWA, et cetera. Also interview external stakeholders, local agencies that we do business with, contractors, both small and minority owned, those that either receive funds directly or indirectly. We're going to review audit work performed by others to help with the risk assessment. One of the things that we're going to do proactively, and again, this was at the request of the executive director, we're going to, you know, audit division is going to give its very first process improvement training. You know, we talk about risk, we talk about things were identified, and, you know, I see claims and I see disputes being maybe an upcoming threat. And I'll get into that in a little bit. We're going to do the risk interviews during the months of July, August, and September, because there's going to be a number of people. The way I've designed it is there'll be an audit team to be on the risk assessment, and I'm going to be part of that team. Everyone will be virtual except myself. I'm going to travel the country, travel the state, and I'm thinking back of my old jobs. And, you know, I'm going to be visiting these small Colorado towns, you know, walking in your saloons. I'm going to feel like Reggie Hammond. And we'll come back and have another ARC in September to bring an audit plan put forth. Next one. So with that said, you know, working with management, or the audit division's working with management, we're trying to break down these expenditures. You know, and I spoke about the claims or the disputes, looking into that, maybe doing like a forensic type approach. Why did all these happen? Try to get to the root cause and then developing recommendations from there. The other thing is digging down into these components, and I think it should be there. But if it's not there, I may look into budgets. How are we developing these budgets? How are they substantiated? Going, how are we looking at this stuff? Don't know. And the risk assessment and interviews should help with some of these questions. So audit is breaking this down from chief engineer, engineering standards, maintenance level of services, division of maintenance, region 1 through 4. All of those planned expenditures represent 75% of the budget. So that's what we're going to try and focus on. The areas that we're not, and even though DAF is in here, and DAF represents about the 2%, the processes that we would look at in the 75% will encompass some of what DAF is doing, obviously. You have the enterprise funds here, which represent 7%. To be honest with you, I don't know what our authority is on the enterprise funds, and I know that more is coming into play. We're going to look at the construction expenditures. We're going to try and get those by region, because a lot of these are in pools. They're budgeted by pool. So I want to look at that pool by region, and on the construction side, can I look at what part is design versus what part is construction? One of the reasons why that's important is, I'm making an assumption that construction is almost 100% bid out or outsourced, done by other people, where the design, we could have some of that, a lot of that in-house versus consultants. So I'm trying to look at that blend, and that will also help. Do I determine, based on how this is weighted by region, that will determine, do I talk to a lot of in-house people? Do I talk to the outside vendors? Do I talk to DBE people, right? So this data will help drive the metrics of how I design the interviews. Any questions on that? And then I'm taking the same approach on maintenance. I meant 5, too. They're all in there. My apologies. Next slide, please. So yeah, region 5 is in here. So, this is estimate. Again, the data analysis basically will help determine the region for focus, more employee or consultant vendor interview, selection, design, maintenance of both, again, DBE firms. So the data will help drive how these interviews lay out. Any questions on that? Next slide. Outstanding recommendations. I don't know if I can speak specifically about each one, but I just wanted to give you a high-level view of where we are with recommendations, the number of times that they've been extended, and the new date for implementation. Any questions?
I may, Frank, just make an observation. An important part of any effort by how they follow up on the past management comments regarding things that they did, in fact. One of the things that I'd love to see in the future as you go forward is your revisiting those past agreements, audits, giving an update what the status of those things, how well they've done in terms of time frame they said they would do them by, whether they in fact did them. Closing the loop.
We do look at the supporting documentation when we do close out a recommendation. What we're not involved in is in the status from the time the report is issued to the time the recommendation or implementation is actually closed.
Oh, yeah, I don't think you've got, it's the kind of resource base you have, I don't think you've got enough capacity to really do that, but I close out, and I think you should close out them all, but in closing them out, even if preliminary test to make sure that what said was fixed is fixed, I think they should be closed out. And back to RC, that in fact you did close them out a year ago, whatever the past exams were, something closed out and you
Very good. Some of them are electronic extension, electronic implementation, like OnBase. OnBase is a very long, difficult implementation. Any of these solutions would. Jeffrey?
I mean, I certainly can't answer for each of these. I think there are a variety of circumstances. But, OnBase document management, as part of that, that's the electronic invoicing. Pretty complicated IT project, and so it has taken longer to fully implement than anticipated, a variety of reasons. So OnBase, I can give you kind of the short update. We're doing electronic invoicing partially in every region and at headquarters, and you know, I'd love to be able to say that we're at the point where we're doing all our invoices there. We're not there. We're deployed in every region and headquarters, and we're rolling new types. Are close to all. Sometimes it's IT solutions that take longer. Another example I can give you is the utility. The scope of I think it's rare. I would like to say it is rarely, if ever, that you know, often as to why the date gets. Sometimes it's over optimism on.
On the utility account stuff, still in process. We've garnered savings from that, and we've identified savings back to Region 1 and some of the other areas, but it's tough, and I can tell you involved in it's a monster.
Any other questions? So I feel the next couple of slides are appropriate, considering we're going through EDI. So before I bring up the next slide, I just want to going to be traveling this state. So the first person to identify me in the next photo gets dinner on me. Go ahead. My first grade picture. Standing in the back. No. All right. That's number 2 school. That was the tough school. That's all I got to say. So the next picture, and before you get there, I'm going to give you a little story. You know, don't take minutes. Hopefully the voice quality is still bad. but I was my mama's boy. I was one of 5, second to the youngest. The age difference between me and the youngest is 4 years. So 4.5 years old. My mother couldn't get enough of me. When 4.5 years old, she couldn't get rid of me quick enough. So she took me to preschool, and it was maybe a week or maybe 2 weeks. It was devastating. All I did was, felt like an attorney. All I did was sit in the corner and cry. And Jeffrey Allen used to come behind me, hug me, and put his head up against my shoulder, and he did that. He was my very first friend, and the last time I spoke to Jeffrey Allen was 2 months ago. Next slide. I'm on the left on this one. Thank you.